so that's changed in the calendar. To date, we have used 3 out of our 4 allocated snow days. Also, the course selection for 24-25 school year was completed on January 22nd. I also want to mention the next meeting of the Special Education Parent Advisory Group is scheduled for January 31st, tomorrow night at 6 p.m. in the district office. These meetings are held a few times a year and are open to any parent of an in-district student with an IEP. A few other recognitions I want to throw out there. Congratulations to the Model UN delegations from both of our high schools who received the recognition of Outstanding Delegation at the YMCA Model United Nations Conference in Hershey, PA. That was held on January 5th through the 7th. Some Model UN members also received individual recognitions, which are posted on our district website. I'd also like to congratulate, and I believe Adeline covered this last week, but I get to cover it again. Congratulations to 11 students from our high schools that were selected for the Central Jersey Music Educators Association Symphonic Honors Band. 85 students from 23 high schools in Central New Jersey were selected for this honor, and the students performing in concert together on January 20th at Somerville High School. And again, more information is available on our district website. So at this point, I'd like to mention that since our last board meeting, we had 5 total HIB cases. 2 of them were founded, so those will be affirmed next month. And then we also have, I need a call for motion.
We need a call for a motion in a second to affirm the determination of the HIB incidents reported at the November 28th, 2023 board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
Abstain.
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 2?
Abstain.
2 members?
Abstain.
Yeah, same. Sorry.
Oh.
So in addition, we have our school bus emergency evacuation drill for Voorhees High School that was conducted back in November. And we also have our monthly reports for November and December, if there's any questions. Okay, thank you.
So before I begin with my president's report, I just wanted to give a brief statement. To all that attended last Tuesday's board meeting, my apologies again that we were not able to complete the meeting due to concerns for safety of everyone in attendance. To address those safety concerns, we have moved the meeting to this larger setting. I want to thank all of you for coming back out tonight. I want to especially apologize to our students. I do not believe we, the collective community, provided you last week with the best examples of how to have an open, respectful conversation or how to engage in civil discourse, and I am hoping we can do better tonight. I also want to particularly apologize to Voorhees Unified students and advisors and to North's Selena Zhang, who I understand were in attendance last week, to be honored for their achievements. The Voorhees Unified students and advisors participated in the Special Olympics annual Turkey Splash and Dash on November 18th. For a 5th year in a row, coming away with 2 trophies for their fundraising efforts, and Selena Zhang was named by the Society for Science as one of the 40 finalists in the Regeneron Science Talent Search for 2024, and we have extended invitations to these students to attend a future meeting so that we can properly honor them. The board has received numerous emails over the past few weeks regarding library books and North Hunterdon Certified Library Media Specialist. I have personally read all of the emails, several of which asked that I read them aloud during the board meeting. It is not our policy or practice to read aloud at these meetings correspondence that has been sent to the board. However, copies of the emails are available in the district office for anyone who wishes to read them. By district policy, the process to review any book in our libraries can only be started by a formal written complaint submitted to the superintendent. Reading aloud from a book or commenting about a book during public comment does not start the review process. To be very clear, at this time, North Hunterdon-Voorhees Board is not reviewing any books currently in our libraries. I would like to note that this board is committed to the free exercise of the First Amendment as one of the foundational bedrocks of our educational system. We believe that it is the free exchange of ideas and positions that leads our students to ask questions, to learn, and to grow. I want to again say that the board supports all of our students, whether they are persons of color, in our LGBTQ+ community or any other members of our diverse community at all times. Every single student counts, and we will continue to work to make sure that each and every student feels respected and welcomed in our schools. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Board of Education is absolutely and fully committed to supporting our students. As an integral part of that support for our students, the board is fully committed to supporting our staff in the proper performance of their educational duties. While the Board of Education has no ability to control what or how members of this community or people outside our community may choose to express themselves on social media, let me be very clear. We will not and do not accept or condone the use of violent or threatening language or resorting to disparaging or profane language directed at our staff or anyone else. Any email communicated that Any email communication that is disparaging or uses profane language sent to a staff member will be addressed appropriately, including in some instances blocking the sending email address. If the administration becomes aware of any violent or threatening communication regarding any staff member, the police are notified and we will work with law enforcement in any investigation. That being said, as an effort towards continuous improvement, I will ask for a motion later this evening to have the Policy and Security Committee to review the current policies and procedures regarding communications directed at our staff. Overall, I ask everyone, board members, the community, and the staff to please use social media in a constructive and professional manner that is focused solely on supporting our students and not our self-interests, and has set a good example for our students. I would also ask everyone that when we open the floor to public comment tonight, to please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory, and to maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting, especially given students are present in the audience. In particular, if a person is addressing the board, please allow the person to speak without interruption. Turning back to the agenda. So January 2024 is School Board Recognition Month. In particular, is Resolution 013024-3, which has two resolutions. One, that this school board recognizes the service of local school board members throughout New Jersey, and that this school board urges all New Jersey citizens to work with the local school boards of education and public school staffs towards the advancement of children's education. I'd like to call for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 013024-3.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The 2024 board committees and representatives and delegates have been formed. They're all on the district website. I will say the first meetings took place, and new members and existing members, I would say they're very spirited. So it was a good first round of meetings. So I look forward to the year. Our next meeting is February 27th, 2024 at 7 p.m. in the district administration office. So I'd like to now open for public comment. So during this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided for this purpose and to state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education and a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate, individual school board members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on the topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory and maintain a level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present and in the audience. Can I just ask that if people are in the audience tonight that want to address items on our agenda specifically, can we at least give them an opportunity to speak first? And I realize a lot of you want to talk, but can we at least have them speak first?
Anyone have any comments on agenda items only? Please come forward. All right, seeing none?
None?
First public comment?
Can I also ask, I know I'm not going to dictate order. I know you have students here tonight, and I can't tell if students want to speak, but please also make sure that students get an opportunity to speak. I didn't, whatever way you like, just please make sure they also get a chance.
Testing. You can hear. Okay, good. Yeah, you can do. No.
May I go? Okay. Hello, Eric Luklenko. I live in a community. I'm in Franklin, Annandale, New Jersey. I do have students that go to North Hunterdon. I have been here multiple times to speak to the board in regards to the sexual content and the obscenities within some of the books that have been distributed within this library. The book that I had read on November 28th, I believe the date was in 2023, was not about any specific sexuality. It was about all sexualities. And the content within it is very obscene. However, these times when I have come to the board, I've never explained my why on why I'm here, okay? And because it's very private to me, but I think it's time to go public so that way I can protect children. I was sexually assaulted and molested when I was 7 years old. The person who sexually molested me was 15 years old. She was my babysitter. I just want to give you a stat real quick, all right? 1 out of 7 students that will be sexually assaulted before they graduate high school. I know that because I am, and also within that 1 out of 7, 40% of them, it will be done by another minor. My perpetrator was another minor. So when I come to speak to you, board, I'm not coming as in, yes, kids have a freedom to read. But I'm coming here to speak in terms of something that happened to me. My perpetrator showed me, I remember to this day, in a room, my mom was away, it was a Sears magazine that had it had regular pictures in it. It then progressed to more obscene photos that had to do with Playboy. And I can tell you right now, the pictures that were prized in these books, it triggered me. But I'm not here to be triggered as a victim. I'm here to actually try to speak out that I think we're not looking at really what the true issue is here. If we put this in the hands of minors when there's no regulatory, there's no nothing, there's no control of it. It just gets put into the library and no one knows. These books can be used in an inappropriate manner that it was used for me. I had to deal with the trauma of being molested by my babysitter for years on end without going to my parents. I was embarrassed about it. I was ashamed about it. In fact, it took me a lot, many times, to come up to speak to all of you on really why I was here, on why. But my why is because I'm here to protect children, to get this material that is being distributed in terms of how to go to kink play, how to go on porn and look at kink, a how-to within that book. Let's talk about it. Okay? A book that actually says how to sext and what to do with sexting. A book that gives you instructions on how to masturbate, on how to do all these things. That if my perpetrator showed this to me while I was in that room when my mom was gone at 6 years old, she would have been more successful. So I want you to think about it, board, when you're thinking about these books and Right for Read, on who they harm. And there is no one speaking up for sexual assault victims at this school.
Hi, good evening. I think when it comes down to this book, I agree with the point that a lot of the content in it can be considered graphic, but I think it's also important to acknowledge that in the world we're in.
Yeah, can I just have your name and your...
Oh,
Sorry.
my name and what?
I just need your name and where you live.
My name's
Township.
Chris. I live in Glen Gardner.
Okay, thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree with the point that there is obscene content in this book, but I think it's also important to take into account that we're high schoolers in the digital age. And I think it's really important to put into perspective that if people aren't kids my age, your kids, my friends, aren't going to the library, aren't going to pick up resources to talk about things in a healthy manner, where are we going to get it? The internet. What are we going to find on the internet? Not progressive content, not anything that's going to help us. We're going to find the worst of the worst. I know, I've seen it in people around me, that they look for things, they find things, they share things because it's funny, not because it's productive. And then the reality is that there are people my age, my grade level, younger, that are engaging in things that they really shouldn't, but at least they have resources available to them in public libraries and in books and things they can go over and over on how to be safe about the things that they're doing. Because nothing is going to stop people my age from being curious, from figuring things out, from feeling emotions and experiencing the changes that come with puberty, hormones, things of that nature. But if we're not going to get it in a safe environment, then where? A couple of my friends personally have been victims of sexual assault. There was a time I was with friends and we were having a sleepover. It was a lot of fun. We were on the floor, we were telling stories, we were being girly, we were being cute, and we were talking about boys. And my friend chimes in and she asks about something that happened to her with a family member. And she didn't know that it was sexual assault. She brought that in front of us, and it was hard for her to talk about. Not because she understood what was going on, but because she didn't. I remember how it felt to be in that room with her when she started crying. And it was terrible, and I wish that there was something that I had to rely on and to talk about that was not strangers' experiences on the internet, and that was not bad things that I can find in the corners of other people's brains. I wish there was something concrete, something about what it means to give your consent, something about what it means to experience trauma, something about how to be safe and how to move on. That's all. Thank you.
I would like to preface this by saying that my speech includes a fair amount of crude language that is being quoted and must be heard here.
I'm sorry, can I just have your name again? and
Yep.
return to-
My name's
sorry.
Mitchell. I'm from Lebanon.
Thank you.
My name is Mitchell DaCosta, and I'm a junior here at North. 2 years ago, I stood in front of you as a small, scrawny 14-year-old freshman fighting for students' rights to free speech and expression, which were being put under threat. Now, once again, I stand here after seeing the same thing happen again, as well as what has been said to some of the students and staff under your jurisdiction. If I were to say to the board or someone at school, you are a vile and disgusting C-word and a danger to young people, I could and should be escorted out of this building by the police. This is the exact language that has been sent to our school librarian by a group led by the spouse of someone on the board, with these messages being spread to hundreds with absolutely no repercussions. This and other lines, such as "May they burn in hell" and the F slur, have been shared in context of students and staff at your schools. When you were elected as members of the board, you made a promise to those who supported you to, quote, "make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing." It also includes the lines "to support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties," as well as "not to administer the schools, but to see that they are well run." If you truly believe in the oath that you took when you were elected as members of this board, then you must understand the importance of protecting your students and staff from these words and threats being sent out by those within the district. You must understand that not just the students need to be able to perform, but that your nationally accredited librarian, who has given speeches from here to Sweden, is able to properly perform her duties without fear for her life. Two years ago, I stood in front of you as a child who was called slurs on a daily basis. I stood in front of you as a son whose parents were worried about their child going to school due to the amount of threats that they had sent to a 14-year-old. I stood in front of you as a student who had to walk the halls with seniors under fear of what may happen to them. Now, I stand in front of you at almost 17, who has had to become one of the students who walk with others to protect them. Now I stand in front of you, watching beloved students and staff being threatened once again. So I will ask the board this. Will you protect the oath which you swore when you joined the board? Will you protect the librarian who lives under fear due to the actions of those close to the board? Will you protect our First Amendment rights, which we had to fight for once before? Okay. May I have one final thing since... Okay.
Good evening. My name is Piper Doyle, and I am a junior here at North. I will be reading a letter on behalf of a former student. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Phoenix Thomas, and I'm a transgender alum of Voorhees High School, graduating class of 2023. Roughly 2 years ago, many of my peers and I worked together to keep a group of queer books inside our school libraries. And now there's another board, the same group of parents that want to open up these old wounds. I've heard countless pointless arguments as to why these books should be banned, and each one of them leaves me even more disappointed than the last. From calling these books examples of pornography to being shoved down students' throats, it really shows me how little some parents actually understand what school library is for. A library is supposed to be a place that is safe for everyone to learn, to explore their deepest fantasies and fiction, to understand different histories, and to craft a better future, one book at a time. So why are these parents trying to limit our enjoyable library experiences? Is it because they're afraid that books will make their children queer? If that's the case, then why not just have them read extremely straight books afterwards to undo these effects? Is it to protect these children from harmful books? If so, then why are there so many books that have been banned book list memoirs? True stories that have been to be told. Is it because parents are too afraid that these books are quote-unquote pornographic? Is it because they don't have any problem with books such as Catcher in the Rye and Twilight, both of which contain more sexual content material? Queer books are an opportunity for students, straight, queer, cis, and trans allies alike, to understand the experiences of others. They provide knowledge that it isn't taught in history and sex ed classes. Book banning has absolutely no history in being benefit to anyone other than those who silence the voices of others. People such as Adolf Hitler and troops who burned books that had ideals of not aligning with his fascist rule. If these parents really wanted to protect these kids, the best way to do so would be to allow them to all possible information so they can make informed decisions, rather than trapped in dark and be forced to believe prejudices that will cause the past to inevitably be repeated. All these parents really cared about was protecting kids, then why have so many students receive death threats and violence threats from these parents just to exist in peace? As far as I'm concerned, these parents should show respect to our students or expect our resistance. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Shanklin, and I am from Clinton Township. Good evening, everyone. I am a sophomore at North Hunterdon High School, and I've come here to speak not just about one book that people are attempting to ban, but about all books being banned. The First Amendment protects the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, and which is essentially the right to receive information and ideas. Does banning books not violate these rights? For high school students, books are a window through which we see the world and help us understand different perspectives and ideas. Books provide a safe space where students can relate to characters and their experiences. Banning books is an attempt to limit our view of the world and deprive us of valuable information, connections, and for some, the safest space they have. Another group of people that tried to ban books were the Nazis, along with the calculated slaughter of millions of people they deemed inferior. They burned and banned thousands of books, many of which were centered around race and sexuality. The books trying to be banned today are eerily similar to the books that the Nazis worked to ban. Banning books is a violation of what is arguably the most important right we have. In a country built on freedom, violating the vital rights in the First Amendment is the first step in the breakdown of our democratic government and the first step in the direction of tyranny. Thank you for your time. name is Lucy Harris. I live in the town of Clinton, and I am a freshman at North Hunterdon High School. I want to begin by saying that this book is educational. High school is the point in our lives when we are learning more about our bodies and begin to explore them. The book, Let's Talk About It, allows students to do just that in a safe and responsible manner. To put it into perspective, this book is Teen Pep for queer students. If you don't know what Teen Pep is, it's a peer-led sex ed program that is held at North. While Teen Pep is certainly an important part of our curriculum, it mainly focuses on heterosexual students' experiences, meaning it can be difficult for queer students to relate to and fully learn from them. This book allows them to do just that. As students, they are entering adulthood. They now have more freedoms as well as responsibilities. This book educates us in a structured and safe way. The type of person who is checking out this book is not impulsive, but thoughtful and responsible. I would also like to address the fact that our librarian, Mrs. Hickson, is being harassed. She is a wonderful and kind teacher who works to make sure that North Hunterdon's library is a safe environment for all kinds of students. The book being discussed today is under fire because it supposedly promotes inappropriate behavior. Couldn't one argue that the ways in which Mrs. Hickson is being treated are inappropriate? Don't we want to teach our students to be kind and promote good behavior? I attended Clinton Public School. Our motto was, "Stand up, be a bulldog." And I've been taught anti-bullying tactics since kindergarten. If what Mrs. Hickson is being put through were to happen to a student, would it be tolerated? Why should we let this happen to a teacher? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bowden Lamont. I'm from Union Township. I'm class of 2024 set to graduate. The message I'm about to read is actually on behalf of a friend. Good evening. My name is Grace, and I'm a senior at North. I volunteer in our media center with Miss Hickson, and I'm confused as to why she is continuing to receive disparaging messages about her management of the library and the books she houses there. Miss Hickson has been and continues to be a wonderful light in our school community and is always willing to help a student find necessary information or have an educated conversation with them as if they are her peer. Her job is to provide students with accurate information and allow them to explore their interests in a safe manner. That part, in a safe manner, is incredibly important. An adult raised a fantastic point when I was telling my peers about this meeting and encouraged them to attend. They said, "Why would the board be concerned about books when you can get all of that on this?" They pointed to their phone. That's the truth. Our cell phones contain unrestricted access to anything you believe is detailed in our library. Apologies, sorry. Anything you believe anything is detailed in our library, but in a way, anything could actually be pornographic. Although the two words can mean the same thing, there are slight differences. Pornographic can mean obscene, but pornographic and obscene may not mean explicit. Pornographic and obscene is not educational. Explicit is. I encourage the board to reword their notes of discussion to be in line with what these books truly describe. If parents are concerned about what their children are reading, I can guarantee that the books in this library are significantly milder, more informative, and less intrusive. A book may be explicit, but students read that on their own, often with self-induced guilt and shame that isn't warranted. People in power are the ones who place this discomfort. The internet is a dark place with no true restrictions. The library is moderated. I have volunteered there for 2 years. I have been heavily reading since 8th grade, spanning many different genres, authors, and levels. Never have I seen a book in our library and said, "That's not appropriate." I encourage you to reconsider your different types of I encourage you to consider how different avenues of moderation can replace this attempted censorship of educational and beneficial materials in our school. Thank you.
Cosmos Sturgis, Tewsbury Township. I'd just like to say that book burning as a whole, regardless of the context of the book, and although there are some examples of books going too far, some very few examples, and if that were the case, then I'm sure there would be, I don't know, a police investigation or something more serious than a school board meeting. And the fact of the matter is that usually when books are being burned or banned, both, usually it doesn't end well. The Nazis did this. What happened to the Nazis? They lost. Hitler killed himself. Oh well. The fact of the matter is that book burning and book banning are almost always used to target minorities, especially queer people, with the Nazis. And the fact of the matter is that it doesn't end well. It never does, because book banning is a reactionary and idiotic measure of continuing the oppression of minorities that just want to be themselves. This is ridiculous, and the fact that this is happening, well, so many more important things are happening in this country. It's ridiculous.
Hello, my name is Dan Kleinman. I'm from World Library Association. I'm the executive director from Bee Cave, Texas. First thing I'd like to say is thank you to all the students who spoke. They really did very well, and maybe you should start a Toastmasters club here in the school. It was very good. I just want to tell you that when it comes to book banning in schools, first of all, it isn't banning. There's been no books banned since 1963, right? What we're talking about is the removal from schools of inappropriate, actually the words are educationally unsuitable or pervasively vulgar. That comes from a Supreme Court case, Board of Education versus PICO. Sorry for that distraction. So that's the issue here. The issue is, you're a school. You are in charge of what goes on in the school to protect these children. You have a Supreme Court case behind you that helps you to do that. What you're facing, however, you're facing an organizational group that comes together to try to put pressure on you. And that pressure comes from, well, the American Library Association in Chicago, Illinois. So you received letters that you were asked to read. Well, you got them because that came from an American Library Association source called Every Library. You received a librarian who hands out a little thing that says free people read freely. Well, that's a registered trademark of the American Library Association. You have a book review policy, perhaps, that's worded by, it's based on a model by the American Library Association. You don't realize how much the American Library Association from Chicago is controlling the ideas that go on around quote, so-called banned books. But it's you people who have the power to act on behalf of your community and your children, and not just do what the librarians say because they've been guided by somebody from Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, I gotta say, it's shocking to hear Eric Legwinko's story tonight about something he came out with that was very personal about why he's in this situation in the first place and the harm that comes to children from this kind of stuff. They're not asking to remove all books about gayness or anything like that, just a few of them that are clearly educationally unsuitable or pervasively vulgar, which is allowed under the law. The whole purpose for this bully campaign is to make you think that, in fact, you really should do what the bullies want instead of doing what is your job. Your ethics probably says that you're responsible for what happens in this place and not outside groups. Well, the American Library Association. The American Library Association is your ultimate outside group. Thank you very much.
Hello. Unlike the previous speaker, I'm a local. My name is Harlan Ettinger. I reside in Highbridge. where I've lived and paid taxes in the school district for more than 35 years. My two now adult children attended and graduated from high school in this district, so I feel personally invested in the civic health of the North Hunterdon-Voorhees community. Freedom to read is essential for intellectual freedom, the freedom to think for oneself. Freedom to read is especially important for high school students navigating their journeys from childhood to adulthood. For some of these kids, books help them feel less isolated, less alone, better able to cope with who they are and where life is taking them. Defend our high school students' freedom to read. Defend our high school students' freedom to think for themselves. And I think you saw wonderful examples of high school students who not only think but express themselves well. I'm gratified that you reiterated that this board has a policy on challenges to books and that you intend to insist that people follow that policy. I'm also gratified that you expressed broad support for not only students but also faculty and staff in this district. But I think more is necessary tonight. More is necessary because people who want to deny our high school students access to some books and library materials they don't like have subjected North's librarian, Martha Hickson, to an extended years-long campaign of personal attacks. This is wrong. Because the personal attacks on Martha Hickson have been so widely disseminated and publicized, letting this behavior go unchallenged also encourages bullying and harassment by their peers of North Hunterdon and Voorhees students who do not identify or who are not perceived as cisgendered and heterosexual. This too is wrong, and you have a duty to prevent these students from being harassed or bullied. Students in this district are taught they should be upstanders, not bystanders, when they witness bullying or harassment. What behavior are you modeling for them if you won't stand up for a member of the North Hunterdon-Voorhees community who is being so publicly bullied and harassed for doing her job? You have a duty, individually and collectively as a board, to stand up like we expect our kids to stand up. Publicly and formally defend North's librarian for doing her job. Publicly and formally denounce the personal attacks on Martha Hickson and demand that the personal attacks stop. Don't be intimidated. Stand up to promote the civic health of this community.
Hi, my name is Maureen McSweeney. I'm a resident of Clinton Township. My twins graduated this school district last year. I am here to show support for our very own award-winning librarian, Martha Hickson, as well as our other teachers, coaches, school admin, and all of the students at North and Voorhees. I find it both disturbing and disappointing to see adult members of this community continuing to try to challenge and remove books under the guise of screaming pornography. Just some facts for you. North Hunterdon-Voorhees School District is a public school that serves our entire community, which, by the way, includes many families of different races, colors, creeds, religions, and sects. The world that we live in includes people that are LGBTQIA+. Some of the kids at school have two moms, two dads, single mom, single dad, grandparents as caregivers. There are definitely kids at this school who already identify as gay, non-binary, trans, etc. The vast majority of book titles that are being challenged go against the LGBTQIA community or people of color, like Black or Indigenous people. These are just plain facts. And it's not just challenging the books that is a problem with this, it's the ideology. So now you have parents going against professionals, sometimes leading to threatening situations and outcomes for the librarians, teachers, and administrators. Talk about mob mentality. You should see how these extremist folks have tried to radicalize the public to then do their dirty work and scare and intimidate our school staff members. It is shameful. I repeat, shameful that a teacher or a librarian can be harassed or threatened for doing their job. I believe it's the job of the school board and Mr. Bender, the superintendent, to keep all of our school employees safe. If a school employee is constantly harassed bullied, and threatened on a school email account, the school should use their budget, their resources, and the taxpayers' money to hire a private investigator and find out who's criminally responsible for such actions. This community should demand it. Sorry. This community should demand it. In my opinion, it's also the Board of Ed, superintendent, and school administrators' responsibility to make sure all, and I mean all, of the children feel safe and welcome at school. If some children are not comfortable reading some of the books, they should most certainly not check them out of the library. It is completely voluntary, and no one is asking them to. What is not your right is for some of the minority to decide what they think is the moral choice for the community. North Hunterdon-Voorhees is a public school. If you do not want a public school, then by all means, find a religious or private school to your liking. Or you can homeschool, and then you can be your own librarian, teacher, and control your entire curriculum. To the students, I just want to say, hang in there. They clap too much. You've got this. High school seems like it would take forever, but sometime soon you will be a great, big, wonderful world. Okay.
So we're at 30 minutes, but can I entertain a motion to extend for another 30 minutes?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so we'll continue for another 30 minutes. Can I just ask again, please, when someone's speaking, can you make sure you let them speak and don't talk over them?
Good evening. My name is Reverend Gregory Quinlan. I'm from the Center for Garden State Families. We are a Christian family advocacy group located here in New Jersey. I live in Washington Borough, just up the road. We've had this discussion there also. I'm here because I was asked by parents who live here, who are residents here, who did not feel comfortable and actually felt threatened to be here and did not want their children exposed if they testified. So I'm here to represent them. I heard the issue of burning books and banning books. What we're asking for is nothing like that. We're asking for restricting books. Age appropriateness matters. It is a thing. We use it in the movie theaters. We should be able to use it in the public school library. As someone myself who was sexually molested when I was 10 years old, I understand the shame, the hurt, and the consequences that go with you for a lifetime. I'm also ex-gay. That means I'm a former homosexual. Left the homosexual lifestyle, and as you can see, the bullying from the audience.
So, in all seriousness, please, if someone's speaking, please owe them the respect of speaking.
Thank you. And I'm not Winnie the Pooh, and this isn't Tigger, and I'm not the only one. To quote the American Psychiatric Association, there are no replicated scientific studies that support any specific biologic etiology for homosexuality or anything LGBTQIA-XYZ+++. The only reason I'm saying this is that you're making a lot of decisions without any scientific basis. From the Ganna study to the identical twin study, even to the Dean Hamer study, which was disproven on the XQ28 long arm gene for male homosexuality. Bottom line is, there is still no scientific evidence for a biological purpose or reason for a gay identity. But there is vast sociological science that proves that homosexuality is developed, not innate, acquired, not inborn. So, with that being said, just very quickly, I'm almost done. I do want to talk about the Martha Hickson incident. The staged propaganda video of Martha Hickson, which talked about so many things there that didn't quite make sense, with many parents in the district are questioning whether it's real. I want to go to marker, it was a 6-minute, 18-second, like I said, staged, read, scripted. But at marker 2.27, 2 minutes and 27 seconds in, she speaks of coming back with a vengeance. That's an interesting choice of words. I'm sure that in the library there's a dictionary, because vengeance is, by definition, an act or desire of inflicting injury, harm, humiliation, or the like on a person by another who has been harmed by that person. Since she's an educator, she should set the example. Thank you.
This isn't funny at all. It's not funny at all. It's really not. John Drawl from Franklin Township. I had 3 children pass through North who are now out. Just want to read a brief statement. I know I represent many parents who are afraid to speak for fear of retribution of their children by teachers at North. I can't believe we're even having this debate. This book topic is one of the most basic of common sense issues. You don't show explicit sexual material to children, and you certainly don't put it in the school library. And make no mistake, 15 and 16-year-olds are just children. Let's not make believe they're adults. Common sense says to protect the innocence of children, yet here we are in 2024 debating this nonsense. Also, let's not complicate this issue with the passionate, misplaced narrative by this pro-book mob. If you are for explicit sexual materials being shown to children, you are part of the problem and part of the mob ruining our children's innocence. Board members, please do the right thing here. You have a duty to protect childhood innocence. It's common sense. And by the way, teen pep is also completely inappropriate and is also destroying childhood innocence. It too should be banned. I'll be here next meeting to address that topic separately. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Denise Hickson, and I am from High Bridge. As I have listened to the chatter among the community this week, I have heard some people saying that we supporters of the right to read are here under false pretenses and that book banning isn't even on the agenda. Well, I suppose technically that is true. The only time book banning has actually appeared on the agenda was in January of '22 when you wisely voted to retain all 5 books challenged by some of the bad actors who are involved now in harassing our librarian. But in practice, book banning is on the agenda in this district every time this board fails to follow its complaint policy and allows community members to bypass the multi-tiered process for addressing issues. Book banning was on the agenda on the September 21 when you sat in silence while community members ranted about lawn boy and genderqueer and then described you, this board, and our librarian as pornographers, pedophiles, and groomers. Book banning was on the agenda in April of '23 when you again sat in silence while a parent angrily read aloud from the Freedom Rider's diary, refusing to cede his time when his 3 minutes elapsed. And book banning was on the agenda yet again this past November when Mr. Lequinco delivered his reading of the masturbation section from Let's Talk About It. And just what are these performances of manufactured outrage intended to do? Intimidate school staff to the point where they will quietly censor books so you don't have to. But here's the problem. You don't have a compliant, complicit librarian who will simply cave to the community pressure. You have steadfast supporters of the First Amendment and students' right to read. And that is why Martha Hickson has been subjected to the most hateful harassment. And once again, principal, superintendent, board members, every one of you has sat in silence, willing to let our librarian take the punches so that you don't have to. And things never had to get to this point. If only once the board officer holding the gavel had enforced the policies for managing meetings and lodging complaints, perhaps we could have avoided the repeated readings by crisis actors attempting to intimidate all of our staff to censor themselves. Now, we cannot turn back time. You don't get to do a do-over. But you can do better this day forward. Please do the job you ran for, enforce your policies, and support and protect your staff. Martha Hickson deserves a lot more.
Good evening. I'm Amy Barrett, a resident of Highbridge and a retired teacher. I'm here because of the attacks on library books and harassment of the North Hunterdon High School librarian. Teachers and librarians are professionals. Before purchasing books, we read reviews and awards lists. The book most recently attacked during a board meeting, Let's Talk About It, received consistently positive reviews from professional review sources covering YA material. It has been on several best books lists for teens, including Publishers Weekly and the New York Public Library. I've read this book. The authors assume that many high school students are sexually active or are thinking about it. They assume that teens already know about sexting and masturbation, and that many, 73%, according to a recent Rutgers survey, have already looked at sexual content on the internet. They provide factual information about these topics while emphasizing the importance of consent, respect toward oneself, and respect for others. Let's Talk About It is sex education for teenagers, not pornography. And I'm going to add here, I was also sexually abused as an adolescent, and knowing about my body and about consent would have been really helpful at the time. Attacks on books are bad enough, but the remarks on Let's Talk About It at the November board meeting precipitated a slew of personal attacks this month against librarian Martha Hickson on a public Facebook page with 14,000 followers. The first two posts, published by the anonymous Hunterdon County Project, described Ms. Hickson's library book choices as, quote, inappropriate, unethical, harmful, and morally wrong. One of the posts included a video close-up identifying Martha Hickson, North Hunterdon High School librarian. The posts were tagged to everyone on New Jersey schools, which means that 14,000 people received a Facebook notification to look at these posts. One of the people who tagged everyone is Christopher Stadoulis, the husband of board member Cynthia Reyes. As a result, Ms. Hickson started to receive hate mail, and these initial attacks snowballed into an online harassment campaign. This is book banning through intimidation. The administration and board need to speak out in a public statement to defend students' right to read, and especially to defend your librarian for doing her job. Mr. Farbanish's statement was a start, but more needs to be said. And if a member of your family has been involved in these social media posts and you're a board member, you should recuse yourself from board decisions regarding library books and staff. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Louise Walpin. I'm a psychiatric advanced practice nurse with over 25 years of experience with adolescents, including those in your districts. I'm also a wife, mother, and a grandmother. I'm here with my professional hat on, and I did just want to correct one fact about the Gana study. Yes, it's true, it says that being gay is not the result of a single gene. However, it is the result of multiple genes, as are most things, including the color of your hair, you know, how tall you are. I've worked with many teens who felt pressured into sex because everyone is doing it, who contracted STIs because they didn't know how to properly use a condom, who said yes initially and then wanted to change their minds but thought they couldn't. Many of these kids watched pornographic videos at home and thought what they viewed was normal. They had questions but didn't ask anyone because of concerns they would get in trouble for working around parental controls. The kids I worked with were not alone. Recent CDC research suggests that 30% of high schoolers are having sex. National surveys of teens suggest the average age a child views online pornography is 12, with 44% watching it intentionally, 52% saying it contains violent content, and only 1/3 saying it involved consent. They say they learn much from these videos, but they don't have an adult to speak to about what they viewed. So we can assume many of the kids in North Hunterdon-Voorhees are probably having sex, watching porn, often in their own homes, and they aren't comfortable asking adults about what they're seeing. That's where books published with the intent to educate come in. I've seen a lot of pictures from Let's Talk About It, but there are also words in the book and quotes. So I'm going to read one of them. Quote, consent during sexual activities is an ongoing agreement between people. It is given freely, it's reversible, and it's essential for sex. Consent is communication and respecting boundaries, unquote. That's important. A lot of people mention that when they said they had been sexually abused. They didn't know what consent was. Perhaps that's why policy 9130 suggests the first thing someone needs to do is to read the entire book. People can disagree about books, and there's a process to follow to challenge them. Attacking the professionalism of a staff member such as Martha Hickson is not included in this policy. Adults need to model respectful discourse, adherence to rules, and upstanding behavior. When adults fail to do so, they teach children that bullying is the solution to disagreements. I doubt you want the children in this district to learn that. I've seen the results, and it's not pretty. As a psychiatric APN, I stand by respecting the professionalism of librarians who have master's degrees in library and information science and training in youth literature. I stand by freedom for families to choose what their children can read without having their parental rights eroded by the removal of books without proper review. I stand for citizens' freedom to challenge books using established policies, and I ask that you use your policies. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Blathorday. I'm a resident of Franklin Township, and I'm speaking tonight as a member of the League of Women Voters of Somerset and Hunterdon counties, and also on behalf of the League of Women Voters of New Jersey. The League of Women Voters defends democracy and empowers voters, and we are here to state clearly that book bans are anti-democratic. Our state constitution guarantees every child in the state of New Jersey a thorough and efficient education. Maintaining open and inclusive schools and public libraries is a key component in that education. A free and fair democracy demands free speech, artistic expression, the right to access and debate information, and for us to unite against censorship. Every child deserves an opportunity to see themselves and their families represented in the supplementary and curricular materials they experience across their public school education. It is no coincidence that the majority of banned books address LGBTQ+ themes, feature protagonists of color, address issues of racism, reflect religious minority traditions and faiths, and contain sexual content that speak to preteen and teenage sexuality issues. The movement behind banning books is actively trying to restrict access to marginalized, underrepresented, and oppressed voices, and to falsely remake our wonderfully diverse country in its whitewashed image. Many adolescents and pre-adolescents are living with trauma and stress. It is important for them to read and to learn about others like themselves who have successfully maneuvered those troubled waters. Stories help them develop stamina and perseverance, and more importantly, know that they are not alone. When we diminish our children's exposure to the customs and practices of people who grow up in a different context, we are depriving them of opportunities to learn how to live in our complex global society. So, while every parent has the right and the responsibility to raise their children according to the values most important to their family, those parents do not have the right to dictate how the children of other parents are taught. We are also concerned about harassment and ask the board to follow policy 0142 and, quote, support and protect school personnel in the proper performance of their duties, end quote. Attacks on and ongoing harassment of librarians, and Martha Hickson in particular, set a poor example for our students, go against proper policies and procedures for filing any concerns, and harm the effectiveness of the board. Unlike most of the people behind book banning and censorship, librarians are trained professionals who invest time and energy into researching and acquiring the materials available within their libraries. Librarians are guided by other professional organizations. even with the clap.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Leffley, and I live in Lebanon Township. Firstly, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to present these facts to you. At your November board meeting, you sat politely through the stage reading of an out-of-context passage from Let's Talk About It. This performance was conducted by a failed board candidate with a track record of attempting banning books and apparently an axe to grind. In the interest of balance and accuracy, I'd like to read aloud too, from the professional book review published by the School Library Journal in December of 2020. School Library Journal is considered the premier publication for librarians who work with children and teens. It has been an award-winning quality source of journalism and reviews since 1954. In fact, the journal's February 22 issue about censorship, with a cover story written by North's own Martha Hickson, received the 2022 Eddie Award honoring editorial excellence in business publications. Here is how the School Library Journal reviewed Let's Talk About It, and I quote the text. Don't be afraid. Yes, there are drawings of naked bodies in this book, and yes, readers will learn about some of the ways the human body is wired for pleasure. And the detailed drawings and genitals are not solely in service of explaining how babies are made, but every panel of this book, every anatomical drawing, and every conversation over tea or in a tent is loaded with crucial information about the content, respect, and consideration and boundaries. A magnificently varied cast of characters confess their insecurities, and in return receive reassurance, information, and practical advice. Readers will learn about a laundry list of activities, including sexting, masturbation, gender, and fantasies, along with health issues such as safe sex and a couple of less pleasant aspects of relationships, jealousy and rejection. Moed's richly individualistic characters keep these pages turning despite some fat word balloons. The result is a personality-rich dialogue and precision, which is important when it comes to topics like identity and relationships. A palette of brown, pink, and grays continues the celebration of bodies of all shades and shapes. A sprinkling of profanity, including the old F-bomb, must be noted, as it may affect some schools' ability to shelve it. Verdict: real talk about relationships and sex. Recommended for grades 9 and up. End quote. That is the verbatim book review from one of the most prestigious book review journals. It is certainly valuable and necessary to have professional input like this when selecting materials from a school library. Good news, our district is fortunate to have 2 professionals on the payroll.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Halderson, and I've been a math teacher at North Hunterdon High School for almost 18 years. I'm also the proud president of the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Education Association, representing nearly 300 teachers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, custodians, and other school professionals throughout this district. The NHVEA is here tonight to stand in solidarity with our colleague Martha Hickson and to advocate for the intellectual freedom of our students. I cannot help but feel a bit of deja vu this evening, as this is not the first time I've had to do this. I'm disappointed to be back here again under similar circumstances. In her capacity as librarian, Martha is performing her duties in accordance with district policy and living up to the expectations of the district. I stopped by the library earlier to chat with Martha earlier today. As I walked in, I saw some students reading quietly, others playing games, doing research for a project, or completing a puzzle. Martha was speaking one-on-one with a reluctant reader, helping them find a book that matched their interest. In a way, this is unremarkable because it is all too common at public and school libraries. When you think about it, though, the services provided by librarians like Martha are also extraordinary and powerful. Martha is among the very best at what she does. She stands out among the thousands of dedicated librarians who open the library doors to provide support in a number of forms: a book to enjoy, an article for a research assignment, or a welcoming environment to simply decompress. She deserves accolades, and yet others find it acceptable to levy attacks against her if they take issue with one sentence or image in any of the thousands of books in the school library. No school staff personnel should ever be the subject of online harassment or public attacks. No one wants to be based on assumptions. As someone who knows Martha, I can attest to the fact that she cares very deeply about her calling as a librarian. She has dedicated nearly 2 decades of her life to the students and staff of this district and is an invaluable resource for all of us. As educators and educational professionals, we stand with her to support the right of all students to have access to books and materials that speak to their experience. While everyone has the right to form an opinion about books, no one should be able to decide which books are appropriate for anyone else's child. As you know, there's an approval process with administrative oversight for all books selected, as well as a procedure for challenging books. As adults who have influence in shaping the next generation of critical thinkers and nationwide leaders, we need to model civility no matter our disagreements. So please stand with the NHVEA and the dozens of concerned residents and education advocates you see here tonight. Demand civility and denounce vitriolic behavior. Our children are watching and they deserve nothing less.
Good evening to the board. My name is John Hickson. I'm from Highbridge, New Jersey. And I'll read another review of Let's Talk About It from Booklist, the 2021 issue. A quote, "While this title may sound coy, Let's Talk About It isn't euphemistic. Instead, it's a frank and open-minded look at sex, relationship, and self-understanding. Chapters cover topics ranging from puberty and masturbation to gender identity and pronoun usage, all narrated by a varied cast of teenage characters. Now, it may seem odd to imagine 2 kids having a nuanced discussion about consent during a game of 7 Minutes in Heaven. But it isn't. That's the sense of fun that keeps this book from feeling too preachy or academic. The expressive art will come as no joy to fans of others' previous work, including Drawn to Sex and Oh Joy, Sex Toy. Figures are alive and active, even in conversation, shown stretching and hugging and making faces. With back matter including helpful resources, this book is recommended for teens who want an easy-to-follow guide that won't talk down to them, health educators wanting an engaging addition to their curriculum, and all those not afraid of seeing cartoon nudity while learning to love and express themselves. It is recommended for grades 9 through 12, not K through 8. There's many positive reviews. Kirkus gave it a starred review, Publishers Weekly star review, School Journal Library, Young Adult Library Services, or YALSA. In addition, Let's Talk About It was named to the ALA Rainbow Book List, the New York Public Library Best Books of 2021, Publishers Weekly list of Best Children Books of 2021, and YALSA's 2020 list of top great graphic novels for teens. In today's world, it's essential to examine the quality of our information and sources while considering claims about library books. I urge you to consider consulting experts in this matter. Thank you. I would also like to hand to the board, it says Save the Children. This is some propaganda that a fascist fella gave me today. So we are here to save the children, and we're saving them from him. Not to miss the irony on this, I'd like to pass it up to the board, noting that the rest of the agenda, I've used a pride flag to mark this section where the next attack comes. It's on CRT, as though anyone knows the definition of that.
My name is Beth Raff, and I am the president of the New Jersey Association of School Librarians. I am here today to express our collective support for high school librarian Martha Hickson, and in particular, her professionalism as a librarian. Martha is an award-winning defender of intellectual freedom, receiving numerous awards from national and state organizations. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees school community is exceptionally fortunate to have a highly qualified librarian with a national reputation for ensuring all students have a library program that allows them to be safe, seen, and informed about the world around them. As the school librarian, she curates resources that help meet the New Jersey curriculum standards. It is deeply concerning that the board has allowed public meetings to become a platform for harassment of school district staff. Your board policy 0142 states that the board is obliged to support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. However, the board has failed in this regard by allowing read-aloud performances from books in board meetings that then end up as social media posts that have put your employees, community members, and board members at risk. We urge the school board to fulfill their obligation as an employer, inform the community that you will not tolerate harassment of your employees, and exercise your prerogatives to maintain order and decorum in a public meeting as your policy 0167 spells out. You must support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. Martha Hickson should be commended for her outstanding work and defense of the freedom to read, because that's what this is about, on behalf of the students in your community and not subject to harassment. And on a personal note, I would like to thank the articulate and passionate students who spoke this evening on behalf of Mrs. Hickson, their peers, and the right to read. It makes me so hopeful. Thank you.
So we reached the next 30-minute marker. However, I can see there's a fair number of you yet. So I'd like to entertain another motion to extend for another 30 minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so we'll extend for another 30 minutes.
Good evening, board members. I am Gabrielle Caseri, Vice President of the New Jersey Association of School Librarians. I appreciate the President's statement tonight, but since September 2021, we have watched month after month as this board fails to employ and enforce its policies, specifically Policy 9130 regarding public complaints and grievances. That policy demands that complaints about staff members, instructional materials, or library books begin with a conversation at the school building level. Instead, time after time, presiding officers of this board have repeatedly opened the gate to the path of least resistance, 3 minutes of manufactured outrage at your podium. When a community member launches into a staged reading of a book passage, such as November's masturbation monologue, your job is not to provide a polite audience, but to educate the speaker about the proper channels for voicing frustration. The complaint policy is readily available on the district's website. It is the complainant's responsibility to use and follow that process. When the complainant ignores the process, it is your job to interrupt that individual, redirect them to the proper channels, with that instruction coming out of the complainant's 3-minute speaking allotment. By failing to ever appropriately redirect people during public comments, you have trained the community to treat these meetings as a customer service drive-through, making the Board of Education the first stop in the complaint process rather than the last. It's like asking the Supreme Court to rule on traffic violations, a complete waste of your valuable time and resources. More importantly, it's intentional manipulation of public opinion for political gain, and it amounts to tampering with the jury, which is the role this board plays at the culmination of a properly conducted reconsideration process. So I urge you, as your librarian has urged you repeatedly, please use and enforce your policies. It will encourage private conversation rather than public conflict. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Amy Penwell, and I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of the New Jersey. I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of the New Jersey Association of School Librarians.
let's keep going, please. Everyone, please, can we keep moving?
May I continue?
Yes, please. Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, can you, okay, please. Okay. Okay. John, yeah, let him, that's okay.
Maybe we should have had the police stand on the line to monitor it.
No, they won't.
Okay, all right, please calm down, please. She's leaving. Okay. Katie, can we restart her 3 minutes? Yeah, everyone, please, can we let everyone speak, please? Okay, there's not a lot of people left. Okay, thank you.
I'll start over. My name is Amy Penwell, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the New Jersey Association of School Librarians. I would like to make you and all in attendance tonight aware that the New Jersey School Boards Association recently passed a resolution opposing book banning at its meeting on December 2nd, 2023. The resolution emphasizes the role that public schools play in providing free access to diverse ideas and information, and in preserving the freedom to learn and read. Furthermore, the resolution affirms the association's responsibility to stand against activities that infringe upon students' fundamental rights and freedom to read. The resolution passed with a resounding majority vote of 83%, indicating the association's strong commitment to intellectual freedom. Reginald Bledsoe, president of the Essex County School Boards Association, who sponsored the resolution, said, and I quote, "The adoption of this resolution is a testament to our dedication to fostering an inclusive and enriching educational environment for all students in New Jersey. Together, let us uphold the right to access educational information and resist any efforts to impose book bans, ensuring that our students can explore and learn from various perspectives that the world has to offer them," unquote. I've brought a copy of that resolution for you to review, and I ask that you follow its guidance, specifically its declaration that, quote, "All school officials, as well as administrators and librarians, should uphold the right to access educational information and resist any efforts to ban books," unquote. Accordingly, I urge you to please use and enforce Policy 9130 to ensure that complaints about library materials are handled properly. And please support and defend your library staff as they work diligently to provide students with robust collections of high-quality, diverse, and engaging materials that reflect their lives and the broader world in which we live. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Karina Gonzalez, Branchburg, New Jersey. But I am here in my position as the elected president of the New Jersey Library Association, and I'm here to read a statement on behalf of our 3,000+ members. The New Jersey Library Association has watched with concern the growing number of organized attempts of censorship and suppression in schools and libraries in New Jersey and across the country. Many of these attacks are targeting materials and programs that address race, racism, sexuality, and gender identity and expression. NJLA categorically rejects any efforts to censor or remove materials from any library based on content. We strongly affirm the Library Bill of Rights and the Freedom to Read statement, first published by the American Library Association in 1953. Libraries provide access to books and other library resources and services for the interest, information, education, and enlightenment of all people within the communities we serve. We do not exclude materials because of their origin, background, or the views of those contributing to their creation. Library workers are trained to curate collections that are designed to be inclusive. As information service providers, we are guided by the tenets of intellectual freedom and our ethical responsibilities to uphold the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America. Through careful consideration and rigorous training, librarians and library workers are equipped to make selection decisions that represent a balance of the spectrum of knowledge. We acknowledge the right and responsibility of parents and guardians to guide the reading choices of their children. Such rights should not in any way inhibit the rights of others to read or view any materials of their choosing. We reject past, current, and future efforts to remove materials from the reach of any reader. Concerted efforts by groups who disavow racial equity, self-determination, and/or gender identity and expression undermines intellectual freedom. In addition, such efforts inhibit knowledge and place barriers to learning. NGLA stands alongside the New Jersey Association of School Librarians, the American Library Association, and other organizations that support the freedom to read. In addition, NJLA stands in steadfast support of New Jersey's library workers, community members, and students who demonstrate daily courage as champions of the right to an uninhibited freedom to read. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eva Dziedzic-Elliott. I am an immediate past president of New Jersey Association of School Librarians. In June 2022, I had the privilege to attend a national celebration of your high school librarian who was a recipient of a Lemony Snicket Prize for notable librarians faced with adversity. That same year, I had an honor to present her and intellectual freedom fighters of this town in front of this school board with their American Association of School Librarians commendation for their fight against censorship in your high school. This is just a small sample of multiple awards your librarian has received over the past few years. And yet, here we are again taking a stand against censorship, harassment, and bullying of a public school employee. Many school districts want to be known for their students' academic achievements, their athletic wins or artistic performances. Your school district is being recognized nationally for not providing rightful support for their employee. If one of your students was being harassed by another student online, sending defamatory messages, appalling messages, using their school emails, would you act on that? If a spouse of a school board member would be harassing one of your students, would you allow this to happen? Mrs. Hickson is being attacked by a spouse of one of your school board members. Let me say that again. A spouse of one of your sitting board members is harassing your employee on social media. Another person is sending her emails using her work email address. And so far, we have not heard about any actions being taken against the harassers. When one of my colleagues was attacked by a community member and received a voicemail with very colorful language using the school's voicemail, my school district acted within minutes. Why are you hesitating? Why not provide the support mandated by this, I don't know if you've heard it, there's this document called the Code of Ethics for School Board Members. So, in case if you didn't hear that, there is point I that states, I will support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. Because this is what Mrs. Hickson is doing, performing her professional duties in accordance with New Jersey School Librarians Association's job description and the State of New Jersey's School Library Media Specialist Standards certification. One more point. A lot of people here claim that they came to support and fight for the rights of students. Look what happened just here in line just a moment ago. And did any of you say anything for the harassers to stop attacking the students? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Beck. I'm from Hillsborough, New Jersey. I just want to make sure that everybody understands on the board. A lot of people in New Jersey seem to take oaths and break them on every level, and we all know that. I know that very well. And I just want to make sure that if you're not taking security checks on what is in your books, it's just as bad as having no bags being checked when there's pot in them. You're not checking the books. Now you're subjecting children to federal statute Title 18, Section 2251 to 2252, which is distribution of porn. That's a major fine. That's 20 years in jail. And that is also a $250,000 fine. So I don't know what it is that is so hard to say, treat these children like their own. You're stepping on parental rights, and that's a whole other issue with, trying to tell them and shove it down their throat. You try to tell them, and does it have to happen to your own where you drive them to porn, prostitution, pimping? Do you need that to understand the depth and the degree of damage, mental damage? And keep in mind, if any of these children that go through schools, funnel through any school, have mental abuse, the parents who you already stepped on their rights can file charges on every one of you. And I hope you're made of money, because that's what could potentially happen. I'm just here to advise all of you, taking an oath is a serious situation. Ask Governor Murphy.
Hello, Board. My name is Lee Mack. I'm from Lebanon. On behalf of the vast majority of parents out there, I want to remind you, Board of Ed members, that it's your duty to help protect our children and provide them with a clean and wholesome environment, free of harmful sins that adults engage in. The egregious content in these books is appalling to me. Society must have a set of norms and values and lines that just should not be crossed, especially when it involves our children. Pornography is illegal for minors, and New Jersey has made it clear with their obscenity laws, specifically Statute 2C 34-3, that adults who push this are committing felony crimes. This is a far cry away from the days of showing reproductive parts in health class and discussing abstinence. Now we have librarians with hardcore agendas pushing books that promote anal sex, butt plugs, children being raped by family members, and how-to manuals to assist kids in sexting and internet hookups. I would like to note that if any child accidentally takes one of these books out of the school and shows them to their friends in public, they could possibly be facing jail time. And certainly, if any board members or this librarian decide to show these books to children in a park or somewhere outside of this school, again, she could be facing prison time due to the pornographic content that we're seeing. Is this board going to be held liable when these things happen? And can we please stop repeating this narrative that this is somehow banning books when we all know that's a lie? Banning books is taking them out of circulation entirely, not taking them away from children. Just the fact that your librarian and her activist groups call this book banning tells you everything, because their whole narrative is based on lies and trickery and deception. This is exactly why Hunterdon Central High School Board of Ed members got kicked out and replaced by parental rights advocates, and this is exactly why their superintendent has stepped down. Because if you do not act on behalf of the majority of parents in this community, you will be replaced by others who do. We just want our kids to receive wholesome learning so they can grow up to be respectful kids, respectful adults. If they want to learn about perverted sex acts when they become adults, then so be it. But while they are our children, it's our job as parents and your job as Board of Ed members to keep them sheltered from predators and perverted thoughts. To every member of this board, I couldn't be more serious when I say history is going to judge all of this on what's happening here. If you do not do something to stand up for these children, history will not judge you kindly.
One sec. Listen, in all due respect, it's open comment, right? It's not single point of view comment. So please, give everyone the due respect they deserve to speak their point of view, okay? That's open discourse.
All right, my name is Dan Zamansky. I am a former alumni of the class of 2023, and I live in Lebanon Borough. I am a gay guy. If you asked me 8 months ago if I'd be here again, I'd tell you I'd be as far away as possible. I was framed by some homophobic students, and I had gone through the worst mental health scare in my life. The reason why I'm here is because of a bunch of people who want their time in the limelight, copying a certain governor in Florida. Notice this talk about molestation. Let's be very clear. Gays and molesters are completely different. You know, most of the gay people in Hunterdon County are in the closet because of people like you. If you've seen what I've saw, an innocent classmate of mine with a bruise on his neck. What did he do to deserve that? Oh yeah, by just being gay. You want to know what the big evil in Hunterdon County is? It's a bunch of evangelical parents and people pleasers who chain up their kids and the kids of others, never giving them a chance to be themselves. Also, homosexuality not being natural. Homosexuality happens in nature all the times. Dogs, hyenas, other primates. Get over it. I have in my hand a cross, for I am Christian, and anyone else who calls them Christian must accept the fact that if you wear this necklace and persecute anyone else, you are a hypocrite. Plain and simple. Don't try to quote the Bible at me, for I know the verses that your ilk will speak of. One is a mistranslation, and the other is about coveting your neighbor. If you want to get rid of and censor books, you are no different than fascist, for every fascist movement began the same exact way. You're here to ban books with gay characters. You might as well be here to start the Fourth Reich.
Hello, good evening. My name's Kathleen Meyer Crane. I'm from Lebanon, New Jersey. The first thing I'd like to say is that what is happening here today is kind of a microcosm of what's happening in our country at large. We need to stop the hate speech, any and all harassment, and act like adults and stop buying into division that is happening here tonight and in our society. We get angry when our politicians can't come to any compromises or agreements, but neither can we. Nobody that I am here with tonight, as a parent against some of this material, is against the LGBT community. We love our family, our friends who are in this community. We care about you kids. We really do, and I'm very proud of everything and every one of you that's been up here tonight. This is not an LGBT issue at all. Society has rules and boundaries, and we need to keep this place safe and adhere to these boundaries. But I'm here for another reason tonight. I have a child with special needs. You started your meeting tonight speaking about the Voorhees Unified Program. And I know they have a great program here, but my son is in the Voorhees Unified Program, and it's an incredible program. Let's talk about this. I would give my right arm if I could talk about this with my autistic son. But I cannot, because he is nonverbal. He speaks a few words, but I can't have a conversation with him. I can't ask him how he's feeling. But I will tell you one thing. He is incredibly visual. And he will look at these books and he will see these images. And we do not know when, how, or if this will be enacted by him. This is endangering my son's health. If he's looking at these books, I do not need him coming into the library and inadvertently coming upon a book like that or seeing it at the study hall when a kid is flipping through it. This is endangering the health of my son and other children, young adults who are emotionally much younger than their peers here. They're emotionally, maybe, yes, in grade school, and therefore this is very inappropriate material for some of your kids. Please do your job and come to the very logical conclusion that the extremely sexual content is unnecessary and inappropriate for high school. Yes, you can get this online. We all know that. You can get it in your Kindles. You can go down to Barnes & Noble. You can get your friend to drive you, and you can get anything you want. Go for it. But we, as parents, it is our job to not encourage it. Of course you can get it. The world is stressful enough. Please protect them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jo Jepp and I live in Annandale Village. I've read the book cover to cover and I'm impressed. I wish there'd been something like this when I was a teenager back in the 70s and 80s. I would have made some very different decisions. I love the messages from this book. Be safe, communicate, take care of yourself mentally and physically. Be kind and caring to yourself as well as your friends and partners. The book deals with some tough issues, like pornography and sexting. I love the sensible approach of giving proper ground rules. If someone's going to do it, then it's wise to do it safely and legally. This book is full of answers to questions that children generally can't ask their parents, no matter how good their relationship is. Everything the book covers is done with great sensitivity and good humour. This book is an asset to any high school library. I would also like the board to know how much I appreciate Mrs. Hickson, the school librarian, for all she does. She's an amazing role model for the students, standing up for their rights to choose what they read.
My name is Max Moore, and I'm a senior at Voorhees. Before I start, I want to address the fact that the only reason I am able to speak tonight is because another adult gave up their spot in line for me, and I wanted to say that that is what supporting and protecting children looks like. It is not the nasty, it is not the hateful, it is not the unkind rhetoric that I have seen today. That is what protecting and supporting the students and children looks like. In my sophomore year, a group of adults tried to ban a number of books containing queer themes under the guise of protecting the children. It is the same excuse that the same group has used to verbally attack North's librarian, the same excuse used to impart personal ideology into public school curriculum, and it is the same excuse that the same group is now using to go after the sex education book, Let's Talk About It. It is no secret that in the age of Google, students have more access to information than ever before. Considering this, it's incredibly important to ensure that information regarding sexual health is safe and accurate, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Let's Talk About It offers a candid yet accurate look at sex education for teens. It is also important to stress the fact that this book is not in the curriculum. It is in the school library, where students must choose to read it. There is nothing here being forced onto students. In fact, sex education has never been forced onto students. For the Teen Pep program and sex education unit in health, parents are given the option to have their students opt out. There is this narrative floating around now that parents are losing control over the sex ed curriculum and subsequently the innocence of their children. But this is simply not true. In reality, parents have a good amount of control over what their kids are being taught in school. And many others tonight have already gotten into the slippery slope that book banning is, so I won't reiterate that. Should this complaint become a formal issue for banning, I implore the board to do the right thing, since I've seen them do it before with various other books in my sophomore year. Thank you.
You can do another. Another one's fine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jordan Jobert, and I am a member of the 2022 graduating class of North Hunterdon High School. I'm from Franklin Township, and I wanted to start off by thanking the board members for extending the time and allowing us to speak, all of us, no matter differing opinions. I wanted to start off by saying that this is my second book ban that I've been a part of. I was a part of the book ban of my senior year, and it's the same tactics over and over again. Ms. Hickson has been continually attacked for the last 2 years. We've seen nothing from North Hunterdon, we've seen nothing from the Board of Education, we've seen nothing from faculty to protect her, and I urge you to protect her. That's all I had to say. It was just simple like that. Thank you.
So we've rounded another 30 minutes. I think one more 30 minutes would actually probably finish out people who waited for an hour and a half. So can I entertain one more motion to extend for 30 minutes? All for? Anyone against? Opposed? Okay, we'll send another 30 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexa Offenhauer. I live in the town of Clinton, and I am North Hunterdon class of 1999. I also have a PhD in English education from Columbia University, and I'm an associate professor of English at RVCC. I want to thank you for being here, for listening to us, and for stating that you support your staff and that you are focused on what is best for students. I know it's a long night. The books we've been talking about here these last few years are not pornography. They all include the topic of sex, yes, and also issues of consent, safety, health, and identity. Let's Talk About It in particular teaches readers that they don't need to be ashamed or to keep secrets, and that is how you keep people safe. These books aren't in the library because of some rogue staff member. These are books on book lists that have won awards, you've heard the reviews, and they are thankfully on library shelves all over the country. I know that you cannot control what happens on social media, of course not, but I hope your support of your staff goes beyond tonight. I hope this school district does not end up becoming known primarily as a place where a few bullies are successful at dictating what students can and cannot access at the school library. I hope we are known instead as a district that embraces the critical thinking, civic engagement, and open-mindedness that we've seen from our students all this evening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Herring, and I'm a sophomore at North Hunterdon High School. I've come to you today to discuss the book Let's Talk About It by Erica Moen. Those supporting the ban of this book have presented this graphic novel as pornographic. I heard Eric Liquinko read out-of-context passages and even present an incomplete subtitle to make the book appear more sinister at an earlier meeting. Now I would like to clarify the reality. The title that Eric presented was Let's Talk About It, The Teen's Guide to Sex. However, the full subtitle is A Teen's Guide to Sex, Relationships, and Being a Human Being. While this book does discuss masturbation and sex, it is not for the purpose of arousal, but rather education. I would like to read a page of the book for you. Wherever you're at, it's a part of you worth understanding. For a lot of us, feeling sexual starts around our teens when our hormones kick into high gear. You end up getting crushes, fantasizing, masturbating, orgasming, and experimenting with others. All of it is super normal. It is different for everyone, so don't sweat it. Some people don't start messing around until they're way older. Sex is a super personal thing, so there's no official right time or falling behind anyone else. You get to do it all at your own pace, which includes never doing it at all. As you can see from this passage, the pages read are not intended as pornography, but rather to give guidance to teens without a strong support system. In all honesty, I don't think that was ever the concern in the first place. It seems far more likely to me that the true concern was the book's open discussion of topics such as gender identity, sexuality, body image, and birth control. Not only is banning a book for these reasons disgusting to me as a member of the LGBTQ community, but as a human being. In my year and a half at this school, we've been educated on our constitutional rights. One of those is the true meaning of the right to read. Maybe you should educate yourself on the First Amendment before trying to use it to push your political agenda on the next generation. Thank you for your time.
My name is Austin Tarby. I'm a resident of Franklin Township. I'm 23 years old, and I'm a former student of North Hunterdon High School. While I'm not an attorney, I am going to recite the law as according to Cornell Law School. Quote, 18 U.S. Code 1470, transfer of obscene material to minors. Whoever, using the mail or any facility or any means of interstate or foreign commerce, knowingly transfers obscene material to another individual who has not attained the age of 16 years, knowing that such other individual has not attained the age of 16 years or attempts to do so, shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, end quote. So, we have students who are 14 and 15 years old in North Hunterdon. This is quite obviously under 16. I did not read the book, but I did see some of the pictures, and I did see that pictures of penises and butt plugs are pretty obscene. That's all I've got.
Good evening, President Farbanish. My name is Guy Citron. I live in Tewksbury, and my son goes to Tewksbury Elementary School. I'm the Veterans Affairs Officer for our local Rolling Thunder Chapter 3. I'm a Community Outreach Committee Officer for the Hunterdon County NAACP, and I am an Assistant Den Leader of the Oldwick Cub Scout Pack 199. I am a local person, a member of this community, and speaking for my neighbors wearing red in solidarity with Martha Hickson, I am here to tell you that we are all sick and tired of being called groomers, pedophiles, and pornographers because we believe in everyone's freedom to read. There are protocols for challenging a book. I'll be the first to give you the form to fill out. But it appears that one of your newly elected board members has decided to sidestep that entire process of public accountability. Instead, their husband seems to be whipping up a frenzy of out-of-towners and keyboard warriors to bully, intimidate, and threaten our school librarian when she is just doing her job. The board member's husband has been posting disinformation to chaos and control, a known militant subgroup of Moms for Liberty, which itself has been labeled nationally as a hate group. Lastly, I just heard they are telling everyone that we are running a pedophile ring here. How can this be anywhere near acceptable for a board of education? Mr. President, we all know that every parent in New Jersey has the right to censor what their child has access to at school. The only problem here is this abuse of power by your radical board members. This will not end until you take disciplinary action, or we will consider doing a recall. Thank you for your time.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Albert Harshaw. I'm from Browns Mills, New Jersey. I'm also running for U.S. Senate, but I'm here as a parent, just for full disclosure. I have two children, 8 and 16, and I'll preamble. I do not believe in violence of any kind, whether it be oral, writing, or physical. That is not how we discourse. We can be passionate and we can be ardently in opposition to each other, but we disagree, we do. And that's okay. So, you guys have a lot of head shrinks or psychologists, whatever you want to call them. I'm a military guy. I work for a living.
Sir,
I work for a living.
Can I ask you to address me, please?
Yeah, I work for a living.
Hear you also.
So, whatever. What I care about is that you guys have access to nurses, head shrinks, and whatnot, in which these children can be helped and progress through whatever it is that they need to progress through. However, I don't think that you need pornographic material that would it be illegal anywhere else? I think that if you had qualitative, and I'm sure the qualitative, let them do their jobs without the pornographic material. It's just a simple logic test. And I like base logic because it's the simplest common denominator, and that's the most even keel we can get. I think it's possible to help these children without having a need of this kind of literature. On that, we're diametrically in opposition, but that's okay. But I think there's better ways to help these children navigate these problems that they're dealing with so that they can be full contributing members of society. I don't think that any actions towards hating one another or causing harm is appropriate. Everyone's worthy of human decent respect because we're all God's children at the end of the day. So the question is, how do we help them? Using pornographic material, I do not agree with. I am in opposition to that. I think we should make better use of our psychologists and nurses and doctors that are in all of our schools. A lot of things came out in light during COVID. There's a lot of failures of the school system, and they have to be admitted. And we need to allow parents to be more involved. My wife taught 22 years special needs children, and special needs children were the first group of children stripped of their funding. If they do not get early intervention, they are screwed for the rest of their life. Plain simple, right? So we need to get towards things that matter the most. We need to find a better way. Pornography or things that come under pornography, how to do this. That's not education. That's a flip book. I think there's better methods to help these kids out. And I do. And I want to work with people to help do that. But this isn't it. It does cause harm. I'm front lines advocate. 85,000 children went missing on the border. We have 230 missing children in New Jersey, 965,000 missing in the United States. Any avenue that promotes that should be fought against. We have to protect these kids at absolute cost. We have something like 10,000 children that go out of country who are kidnapped from across this country. We have these dilemmas. We have to better equip these children to be more responsible and how to be more protected online and out in public. And that's just not happening, even with this book. We have to do better. If you saw these numbers, we have children who are...
Good evening. I'm Greg Mealy. I live in Clark. Also, full disclosure, I'm also a candidate for the Senate. And on the other hand, I do speak as a parent and grandparent. And there's a couple of things that I feel need to be clarified or corrected. The one thing is the banning and the burning terms. That applies to stopping knowledge from everyone so that the society can become dumbed down and dependent. That doesn't apply to explicit material and age-appropriate material. And that's the same in any public space. We talk about a public library, that's exactly where it's not supposed to be. If you're going to talk to your parents, a particular child, and they want to discuss this, that's for them to do in private. Otherwise, there's no way to control a public space, library or otherwise, in terms of the material getting into the hands of children whose parents prefer that they do not. And there's also, by the way, something called parental controls on phones and everything else, if you really want to clamp down on that as a parent. And there's nothing wrong with a parent choosing that, just like there's nothing wrong with a parent who might decide that they want to at least have conversations with their kids, and however far they do that, that's their business as their family, just like it is for everyone else's. As far as the bullying, there certainly is a lot of bullying. It does go in both directions. And I personally condemn all of that. No one in either side should feel bullied or threatened. This is the public discourse. That's how it's supposed to be. So I feel for anyone on either side of this debate that has felt threatened, it should be different. The material we're talking about now in the books, it used to be the thing about like a Playboy magazine. And that's not for gay, that's for straight people. But it's the same idea. You couldn't have that in a library at school before. And it really doesn't make sense to me to have it there. Again, it's a public space accessible by anyone, whether they're, in a case of a minor, their parents want that or not. Otherwise, I think the bigger issue that should be talked about for school-age children should really be how come the test scores and the knowledge learning is so much lower than anything for several decades. And that's really the priority of a school, make sure that the children are educated in things that they need to survive in life. And the other stuff can come along at the age-appropriate time, in my opinion. Thank you.
Karen Gove, Highbridge, or for those of you who follow the New Jersey Project Facebook page, I'm also known as a masked activist trying to defend porn. I'm speaking as a parent, taxpayer, educator, not as a school board member. I wanted to talk about policy 9130, which is the policy that spells out the procedure for challenging materials. This procedure does not include reading at board meetings or bullying librarians. This policy used to say that the super shall form a committee to review the materials being challenged. In November, you changed that policy to say that the super may form a committee to look at challenged material. I spoke about it then. My question is, if the super chooses not to form a committee, what then is the procedure? Does the complaint come before the board as is? Will it be discussed in public, or will it go to some committee? What would that committee be? Who will make the recommendation to the board, or will the board just vote on it? That should have been thought out before you voted on that change, because it gives the board the power that belongs to your librarian. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gwen Mashoni, class of 2011, now of Newton, New Jersey, recently of Tewksbury. We've heard way too much about porn today. I think we can all agree on that one. I would like to discuss it a little bit more, though. There is a book that I was not only exposed to at Voorhees, but required to read, and that contains some explicit pornographic passages. I will read a mild one now, not pornographic, just saying, there is much worse here. This is a man has had his house surrounded by other individuals. It says, they called out to him, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so we may have sex with them." He went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, do not do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under my protection of my roof." This character then went on to impregnate both his daughters, who is now offering to be gang raped. This book is the Bible. I was required to read this in junior year. If you're going to remove a book from the school that teaches children how to have safe sex, I ask that you also remove one that gives the story of a father attempting to have his daughters get gang raped. Thank you, and have a nice night.
Hi, my name is Teresa Vaitovich, and I'm a resident of Hunterdon County and class of 2015. So in my 4 years as a student here at North Hunterdon, I spent a lot of time in the library, and I'm kind of really a little sad that it doubled in size after I graduated. Would have loved to be around for that. But during my 4 years here, I was also enthusiastic reader every year. So I've read a lot of books in the library. And shout out to Martha Hickson for always making sure I was well supplied with Percy Jackson books. I was always the first in the school to have access to those. So, saying all that, I was a little confused when I first heard about, controversy in my hometown around the library, since, it's a pretty chill place with really great books. And unfortunately, I missed the first, controversy, so I decided, when there's if there's another one, I'll come down and, read the book and talk about it. So I read the book, and knowing my 14-year-old self, I would have been way too embarrassed to check it out of the library. But I would have covertly, read it in the back of the library so no one had record of me actually borrowing it. Because I was easily embarrassed and too scared to talk to my parents about words I didn't know, and too scared to Google them because the school computers definitely have software, right? That's totally how they keep us from Googling things. So yeah, I was not comfortable talking to my parents about this sort of thing, and I was too scared to Google. And I was well sheltered as a kid, so I didn't know what the word masturbation meant at 14 when it came up in conversation at CCD class over Immaculate Conception. Yeah, we got Catholic sex ed before we got confirmed. So I asked the youth leaders, and they kind of just looked at me and told me to ask my parents. So I did, and my parents looked at me and were too embarrassed to tell me, so they gave me a book instead. It's Perfectly Normal, Changing Bodies, Growing Up, Sex and Sexual Health, which I was also too embarrassed to read. Because my parents gave it to me, they would know. So I think having access to a book as non-scary as a graphic novel that has very little shame associated with being a person who might have hormones and a sex drive in the library where you can check it out without people like knowing that you're reading it would have been really helpful to an anxious teenage me. Thank you.
Eric Peterson, Franklin Township. I'm not an activist. I'm not some self-proclaimed expert. I'm a dad. I'm a dad. And I have 2 kids in this school. And you know what? All those people that you've heard from tonight, I think there was only one person who had kids in the school. All these experts, all these people who want to come and tell us how to run our community. I have a vested interest in this school. I have a vested interest in my kids. And I never thought I would have to come to a school board meeting and implore you to bring back some social decency and to defend common societal decency. You know, I thought it was kind of funny, the last speaker, she said that on her Chromebook she couldn't access certain websites and certain searches because it would be blocked by the school. Evidently, we do put standards on what the children can see, and we do those standards for the benefit of the children. While many of these people, I listen to each and every one of them speak, and they don't want to have any limits. They want our kids to see whatever they think is appropriate. There's no limits that will satisfy them. I'm asking you today, and see, you know, common decency, I heard a lot of that. Let's have common decency, teach our children how to behave properly, and I've heard these people in red just yell and scream when they hear something they don't like. You know, we need to learn to be able to have a conversation. We need to learn to have differences of opinions and not freak out like some of these people do when they hear something they don't like. Now, I want to implore you. You're looking for, I'm going to ask you tonight to instill a standard for books in a library. There is a standard that's out there. It's for movies. I just want to read to you what the R standard is, which wouldn't be appropriate here, but I'm going to read it because these books that are in contention far exceed what this standard is. Restricted. Children under 17 require an accompanying parent or adult guardian. An R-rated motion picture in the view of the rating board contains some adult material. An R-rated motion picture may include adult themes, adult activity, hard language, intense or persistent violence, sexually oriented nudity, drug abuse, or other elements so that parents are counseled to take this rating very seriously. So I implore you.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Bogart. I am here as a representative of the New Jersey Library Association College and University Section Rapid Response Team. That mouthful of words and terms means that I am here because of actions such as this, where book challenges are raised against materials that are appropriate and credible and informative for our students. As an academic librarian, I am charged with helping students find academically acceptable, credible, truthful information, allowing teens to access the informative, credible resources about the rapid changes in their bodies is far better than teens Googling what is often misleading, misconstrued material that includes outright pornography on the internet. Quite honestly, I wish that books such as Let's Talk About It were published and available to me as a child. Children are naturally curious. Vetted, highly regarded material that is age appropriate and discusses their growing questions about the changes taking place in their bodies constitutes credible information. When we go to the grocery store, we are all exposed to an abundance of food choices, and we are free to choose what we purchase and what we leave behind. That is also what happens when one enters a public or school library. You do not have to take out a book. It is up to a parent and a child. This board is allowing students to be denied their First Amendment rights, the right to read, learn, and subsequently thrive with the rich resources at hand that represent a variety of viewpoints is imperative. The lack of a variety of viewpoints is what leads to ignorant people. Are we interested in having an informed and educated populace? Public schools and education in general is meant to deepen knowledge, examine divergent viewpoints, and encourage tolerance and respect for all people. Sexually curious students have access to appropriate, credible information, and that gives us informed, educated students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Saritas, and I'm from Roxbury Township, the previous epicenter of the so-called book banning dramarama, where the high school librarian actually had the shameless audacity to frivolously sue 4 concerned parents for expressing their opinions and protected First Amendment rights regarding a topic of public concern that should be openly and robustly debated, not be censored. The 4 parents, like many here, believe some of the books available in the school library with unfettered access are too sexually explicit, pervasively vulgar, and age inappropriate. That does not give one any reason to sue and/or be vilified. Both sides on this issue should be treated with dignity, respect, and civility. For total disclosure, I am listed as defendant number 1 in that lawsuit. I wear that defendant tag like a badge of honor, like a batter getting hit by a pitch, taking one for the team on the way to first base. The frivolous librarian defamation lawsuit went viral and shined the light on this darkness and got more parents awakened, engaged, and involved in Roxbury Township. That's a victory in itself. We flipped 5 of 6 BOE seats in the last 2 cycles, another victory. We got a new superintendent and in the last 2 cycles, and I'm here to support, congratulate, and celebrate the new Parental Rights Board of Ed members that got elected, and also the courageous effort by the dad who testified, Eric Lewinko, about the excerpts from the egregious book, Let's Talk About It, that teaches a 14-year-old minor child how to shove a butt plug or other inanimate objects up their ass, teach them how to sext, watch porn, or seek sex online that would open them up for encounters with sexual predators and pedophiles. That is what this debate is truly about, not the anti-LGBTQ rhetoric many people are here to impose tonight. You see, I've been through this orchestrated textbook rodeo already. Many will deflect, distract, deceive on what this book issue is truly about to create a fog on the truth. In Roxbury, for example, there are almost 200 books of the LGBTQIA genre, yet many parents, including myself, only had issues with a very select few. This is not about banning books, it's about removing them from unfettered access due to the age and appropriateness first and foremost. Since Roxbury is ahead of the pack in this game, let me provide some foresight with retrospective hindsight and introspective insight. Due to what has been transpiring, no one employee should have absolute power to control what material is available via unfettered access to all students. A library book review committee consisting of teachers, Board of Ed members, students, and parents was recently formed in Roxbury. And guess what? They deemed the librarian's judgment was wrong. 2 books, including Let's Talk About It, the butt plug book, were removed and placed behind the counter, which now require parental consent to be viewed if the student is a minor child. This absolves one school employee, the librarian, from responsibility, accountability, while providing more transparency. There was a wrestling movie called Win Win, and one of my fraternity brothers from Rutgers had a few lines in it. I believe the co-star was from this school. If you follow Roxbury's lead to a degree on this issue, the end result is a win-win. To reiterate, this is not an anti-LGBTQIA issue. This is a sexually explicit, pervasively vulgar, age-inappropriate issue and should be debated as such. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Steve Beatty. I am from Bridgewater, New Jersey. I'm a high school social studies teacher at Bridgewater-Raritan High School, currently proudly serving as the vice president for the New Jersey Education Association, the state union for over 200,000 public employees and our librarians. And although I don't have children in this school, I have children in school. And just because I don't have children in this school doesn't mean we don't care for every single child across this state. It is the mission of our educators and our librarians to serve them. And although I said my name tonight, my name is Steve Beatty. Tonight, I am Martha Hickson. I am John Pirro. I am Kathy Madelinger. I'm all the librarians that I have known throughout my lifetime, my time as a child, learning the Dewey Decimal System, card catalog, and the times I took my students to the library and watched as caring librarians who had curated books, took the time to know their students, were able to reach them in ways that only they had the power to do, and that is a power. It's a superpower. And so we stand here tonight, and I applaud you. Mr. President, thank you for your statement earlier, standing in solidarity, because that's what we do to make sure that our students are served, that we have the respect to have discourse, but we understand what is at stake. And the odds are too great, as we heard from some of these speakers, that would see us return to a dark time, when students had to closet themselves, didn't see themselves in the books and the literature. And by that, being turned away and thought they were less than something else. We need to applaud, we need to embrace, we need to lift up the voices of all of our students so they know that they are seen and they know that the choices they make come from sources that are something from the internet or some other unseemly source. So I stand here tonight with the NJEA in full solidarity with all of our members, with Martha and you, in support of our educators, free speech, and free books. So thank you.
Hello, Paul Sesko from Hanover Township. I'd just like to say that with all these books, you can get them at the public library. So it's like a different type of thing. They're completely accessible to anybody at the public library, not the school library. Well, it still may be. What's evident is the content in these books, like Let's Talk About It, is it's a how-to book, not an awareness book. That's the difference. So I'm sure there's plenty of other books. Maybe you can let me know how many are in the library, about awareness, which is perfectly fine. I'm inclusive. I'm all about that. But it's just a select few, like the other gentleman said. What this book accomplishes is laying down the foundation for grooming for pedophilia. It strips kids of their childhood innocence, which once lost, they will never get it back. Let's remember that. Let's be clear. Keeping porn and obscenity out of the school library isn't book banning. It's the law in New Jersey and federal states. Martha Hickson is way out of her line here. I'm asking the board that until Martha Hickson tells us who is the president and also in the committee of North Hunterdon-Voorhees Intellectual Freedom Fighters, the board should not listen to what requests they have that Martha Hickson presents, as they are not a credible organization and were originally posted as a political organization when they were first created on Facebook. And now they pulled that down, so what are they hiding? When I grew up, magazines like Playboy and Hustler were covered up so you couldn't see them, any nudity, because they were for adults, not minors. I don't know if anybody remembers the 7 dirty words George Carlin made light of back in the day, and still to this day, they're not allowed to be said on the TV or the radio. But you can show soft porn and have obscenities in school. That's wrong. And this is also supported by the NJEA. They have a lot of agendas, and it's really troubling. I'd just like to quote something from the Montessori schools, childhood innocence. There's a certain magic and delightful wonder in childhood. It has been recognized and written about for centuries, and there abound many sayings to remind us of this. Perhaps this is why I feel so compelled to defend the children's position of innocence. Those of us, both parents and teachers, who come in frequent contact with children and who are seen by children as minor gods, have a tremendous responsibility to protect the innocence of children. It's a challenging job because too often we are not sensitive to the ways in which the child's naivety plays itself out in childhood. Because we are no longer innocent ourselves, we assume no one is innocent.
Hi, my name is Ellie Curtin. I'm from Highbridge. I hadn't prepared anything to say coming here, so you might have to bear with me. But I graduated from Voorhees back in 2021, and I remember when I was going there, that was the start of my experience with the book bans here. And I was just as disappointed in my school then as I am that I have to stand here today. After Voorhees, I went on to a school that really accepted me for who I was at Voorhees. I didn't feel super comfortable coming out to my school. And I was able to come out to family and close friends, but it was largely in part due to the book bannings and the popular opinions, seemingly popular opinions at the school, that I didn't really feel comfortable to be myself. And thankfully at my college I am able to do that, but every time I come home and come to a Board of Ed meeting, it feels like I'm taking a step backwards in time. And that really sucks to say. I guess I just want to express my concern for the environments in the school these days, because we've heard from a lot of students tonight who are very unhappy with the way that they have been censored, the way that the books that they feel are beneficial to them and their health as they grow have been taken away from them or attempted to be taken away from them. And I think that the silence that the Board of Ed has upheld throughout this entire process, especially with Martha Hickson, allows for a lot of threats to take place. I've had friends of the LGBTQ community who were threatened when I was in high school, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's still happening. Clearly it is. So I just want to express concern for that and to please keep the children in mind, even if it isn't your intention to hurt the LGBTQ community, which as I understand it, it's not a lot of your intentions, but please understand the ramifications of your silence. We had someone screaming profanities back there and you still say it's silent. So please just take it into consideration. It's not just about, what people claim to be in support of or not claim to be in support of. It's the effects of it within the classroom. And you might think that you are trying to create a safe space in the classroom, but in reality, all these students are, interacting with other kids who are just kind of coming into these belief systems that you uphold and can bring violence into other people's lives. So thank you for following that kind of confusing line of thought, but
I'm John Michoni from Tewksbury Township. I had 2 children go through this school district, And they went on to do things like get degrees at Columbia University, University of Edinburgh in Scotland, George Washington, and jobs like NASA and lead multinational organizations. They got that because they were allowed to have the experience at Voorhees to develop decision-making about how they wanted to live their lives, how they wanted to interact with other people. They developed empathy by being able to educate across all the categories that we talk about: race, creed, color, national origin, sexual orientation. And they were able to make those decisions and then go out in the world and have empathy, be able to work with the people that are out there and are their fellow employees, the people that they work for, or the people that work for them. If you start drawing lines, you're going to take some of that education away from the future teenagers that you're supposed to be educating. If you start drawing lines, where's the next line? Is it race? Is it national origin? There will be a group back here in 2 years asking you to draw a different line. You need to make sure you're developing processes that will solve the problems. What we don't want is for you to abandon your number one responsibility, and that is to give the best education possible to the kids in our district. And of course, your second responsibility is you are the employer of hundreds of employees, and you should be making sure that they are well taken care of also. Thank you.
Okay, so that ends public comment. So I do want to thank you all for coming back out tonight and talking to us. I will say this, right? No matter where you stand on the topic of books, I do think, your passion and interest in our students is ultimately what makes good students, right? So no matter where all of you stand, right, keep the passion in our students on this and every topic, right? Because ultimately, that's really what makes great students here. And I really want to also, I know a lot of our students have already left, but I really do want to applaud them, right? The fact that these students have the confidence to stand in front of us and all of you, and there was a lot of you tonight, and speak passionately, articulately, speaks a lot of them, right? And it speaks a lot of their parents, and it speaks a lot of the school. So I really, no matter where those students stand, you have to applaud them for their ability to stand up here and talk to us. So again, thank you all for coming out. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. You're all welcome to stay, but I imagine you want to stretch your legs. I know we want to stretch our legs. And then we'll continue with the rest of the agenda. But again, you're welcome to stay. We'll take a 10-minute break. Bean, motion. Second. All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
For Katie.
All right.
And Dan. Dan.
And me,
Beth,
Beth.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm so bad.
No, that's all right.
Okay, so we're on agenda item 7, curriculum instruction technology. So Beth, your committee report.
Sure. So the curriculum committee met on, seems like a long time ago, January 17th. And that committee is comprised of now myself, Cynthia Reyes, Glenn is on it as president, Brendan, Jessica, and Christina. We went through a couple of different things, including the home instruction, the individuals on home instruction, as well as the out-of-district placements. Generally speaking, the board members on the committee is recommending that we go ahead and approve those agenda items. We were talking a bit about the difference between the out-of-district placement versus the in-district placements. But generally speaking, some of the conversation was about the transportation to and from the out-of-district placements. But generally speaking, our recommendation is to support the items on the agenda. The second agenda topic related to the NJ GPA and the NJ SLA. These are the standardized tests that are taken by the students. The NJ GPA is taken by juniors to determine proficiency to graduate. What we were doing was reviewing the results of the NJ GPA, NJ SLA, I believe, ELA and math, and out against other schools in Hunterdon County, and found that our students were performing at a similar level as the other county schools, if not better. Same thing goes with the NJ GPA, although we're still seeing some issues with some of the testing results that have already been shared with the board, and we're going to continue to dig into those regularly. Finally, we did have an issue raised that we did talk about at the end of the session, very briefly, because we agree there's still some discussion to be had, but there was some discussion about the common assessments that were put into place for 9th grade across both high schools. These are benchmark assessments that were given and prepared by specific teachers over the course of the summer and were implemented for the first time this year. So we'll be looking into it further to come back to the board and have a deeper discussion about it, because there were some concerns about the grades that students were getting and the fact that they were being factored into the GPA for the students. So we'll come back in another meeting.
Would that be like in another semester, or like next year, give it a full year to work through, or?
So we want to dig into the results so far, and then yes, we'll have to wait until the further assessments are done in the second half of the school year. I don't recall, though, if they're going to be doing assessments for the 10th grade class this year, but we can always look into that as part of the committee coming back.
Yes, so I think one of our understandings is, so that the district's implemented common assessments this year is going to track the students, the freshman class through senior year.
Right.
And the idea is the teachers from both schools have created common tests at set points in the main courses to track how kids are doing between the schools.
Right.
So I think, that's appropriate. So I think what would be helpful maybe is to have a readout to the board, so maybe better understanding what common assessment is, and possibly just if there's some initial stats we can start seeing. Are we seeing any trends or non-trends, or?
We only have two sets of
Okay, so
tests at this point.
may not be.
But I think we will discuss it in February as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to discuss it in February.
Just quickly, the board is supportive of this, strongly supportive of this in the past as one of the strategies that the administration came up with to better prepare our students for the standardized testings that then we rail on about whether they're as good as others and stuff. So I hope we let this go through a little while before we worry about it. Is it the right thing to do?
If I could just add, I think the clarification here is that the concerns have been coming in from parents about the fact that the grades from the assessments are getting factored into the GPA of the students. So And I think there was also some, there were teachers that felt as though there were a timeline associated with when those assessments had to be given. And so in at least one particular instance, the assessment was given before the students were given the material that they were tested on. So we know that that happened in one particular instance. That's been corrected. But I think the question is, are they being tested on the materials so that they can be accurately assessed on those materials? And that's, I think, the data and the information that we want to look into. But yes, I agree. I mean, the board supported these assessments to ensure that when they get to the proficiency test to graduate, and as well as the standardized testing throughout the entire period of time, that they would be prepared for it.
I think my question is, this is another additional assessment, right? So this is taken from instructional time?
No, so all these subjects were given unit tests, and basically we've created a common unit test now instead of having different unit tests. So we're measuring the same things all across the board in all the curriculums with no additional assessments.
So each teacher has to use the same common test at the end, no matter how their curriculum differentiates a little bit, or how much they cover compared to another teacher?
Well, yeah, because our curriculum should be consistent. Each teacher should
I
be
agree.
teaching the curriculum.
The teachers across the schools got together, right, to make
Correct.
comments?
Yes, this is a district-wide assessment. Yes.
That's why it's a common assessment, right?
Is it is that assessment given quarterly? Is it given?
Quarterly.
It's quarterly. And it's just in science and English? Or is it in every?
I think it's English and math.
Yeah, it's
The
English
core,
and
the
math.
core courses, yeah.
Okay.
Just English and math?
But it's
I
not,
believe so.
I think there's science as well.
Yeah,
Didn't they
there's
mention there was
science
science as well?
Okay.
it's not an extra test. It's trying to align the tests that are given today already. Every class has got tests.
It was trying to come up with a more efficient way to assess our students so that we can be
A more common benchmark.
consistent across the board throughout our district, yes.
So you explained that it's not additional, it's just replacing what they were, okay.
Yeah.
And then this class of 2027 are the ones we're going to try and track so we can have a matrix to use. And then they'll collaborate, the teachers, to see, like, after the first year, if they need to fine-tune anything for the next class coming up as this group goes up. Is that?
Yeah, we're implementing it 1 year at a time because it is a pretty long process to create all these
Right,
assessments.
yeah.
And so we're doing it 1 year at a time. And so next year would be freshmen and sophomores the following year.
Great.
Rich, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this sort of replaced when the district was using Linkit in the past in some cases, which was an additional external assessment. And then, I think that was me. I guess the plan is sort of built in each year, just sort of annually reviewing, what are we saying, what's the teacher perception, feedback, how are kids doing, and how to adjust from there.
Yeah, we're always going to assess what we're doing and whether or not it's working and make adjustments as necessary.
And in the case if the assessment is found to be across the board, like not enough information, faulty, less, would you be recreating that test?
Well,
Or is
we're
this-
hoping it doesn't miss the mark that far.
I'm just saying, but what if? What
but-
if we are, what happens in that case?
And I guess we would have to recreate the test.
You're
But
going
again,
back
we're
and
going to look at, I don't think any of our tests that our staff developed are going to miss the mark that far. I think I trust in our staff, and I trust in the tests that they created. And I think they are also being vetted through our curriculum director. And there's a lot of steps here before this was
Yeah.
given. So to say that we would completely fail on that test, I don't think is even a
And
possibility.
we're no longer giving, you're saying this is in lieu of, we're not giving the Lincoln any longer. This is-
Now, Lincoln was a company that we
We
contracted
did.
with, yeah, and that was, we weren't happy with the data we were getting.
Any other questions? Okay. So a call for motion and second to approve agenda items 7.1 to 7.2.
Motion.
Second?
Brendan? All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Okay.
Any opposed? Any opposed?
Oh, I said, and any opposed, I'm sorry. Stop whispering. Okay, sorry. Okay, so next agenda item is policy and school security. Kim?
Yes, we review, second reading of policies, that would be 5111, 5116, and 2419. There was limited discussion about 5111 and the language used to determine tuition. If the district decided to accept students from outside the district on a tuition basis. The only change noted was a requirement of county office approval for tuition rates. A lot of the discussion revolved around 5116. That was the education of homeless children and youths. The language changed terms of youth and its usage. The term was added throughout the document, wasn't changed in 3 areas. It was brought to the attention of the committee. So at this time, we are recommending tabling 5116 and approving 2419 and 5111. Moving on to the first and only reading of a mandatory regulation. That's the Reg 5111. Discussion was included in this policy. It was recommended that this regulation be approved and would be approved then as a second reading to allow consistency. So we are recommending to approve Regulation 5111. Reviewing of the non-mandatory Regulation 5116 will be tabled for further clarifications. This regulation will remain intact until additional information is obtained. So no changes will be made at this time. Agenda item 4 was our first reading of policy 8500. Policies 8540 and 8550 are now combined with 8500. So those policies will be up for abolishment on the February agenda. There was discussion about the federal lunch school program. The language related to students with outstanding balances was discussed. It was decided that the language in this policy should move forward for our first reading. And there were recommendations for language changes, which will be presented and considered between this month and the next month, second reading. Language changes were related to a reference to COVID-19 and also providing food within walking distance. So the board recommends the approval of first reading. Additional items. The idea of moving from Strauss-Esme to NJSBA for policy recommendations and maintenance was discussed. The committee as a whole was in support of this move, and administration will be reaching out to such for updated quotes, costs, and developing a timeline for such. Let's see. We also discussed policy 7230 in committee. Committee recommended updating the language to reflect the present Strauss-Esme language. Policy will be presented with updated language at the February Board of Education meeting. And that is all I have to report out.
So I have a question. So about the moving from Strauss-Esme to the NJSBA, what's the rationale for that recommendation?
I think we talked about the overlapping being more timely. We talked about cost effectiveness for such, and we already have that service in place in JSBA.
Okay.
For support services.
Is there a big difference? So is there a difference between what they say, or is it just a cost thing? That's what I was just trying to figure out.
No, I think we found that a lot of the policies, there are policies that may overlap, or they may be combined.
Okay.
Their administration is looking into costs and timeline as much.
So
One of the other things I think that we did talk about was we seem to be finding inconsistencies, like the child youth. And I think one of it was not only in the policy, but in the regulation was inconsistent with the policy. I mean, literally inconsistent in certain spots. And so it seems like maybe we can get better service from somebody else, right? But it obviously is an effort, and so it's not something we should do lightly. It's going to take a bit of work, right? And obviously, some of our policies we've modified, and so we'll obviously have to track if we do switch, make sure we pull in our changes. So
that was going to be my next question was, so now that we just went through a whole process of incorporating the Strauss-Esme, does that mean we have to now go back through all of those policies to change it to be consistent with NJSBA? The NJSBA
Well, we'll be,
ones?
like Glenn said, we will be aware and tracking those policies that we have made
Yeah.
amendments, deletions, or other.
Got it.
And
This is
they'll have
really
to
in
be
the
addressed.
investigation stage, right? It was
Yeah.
put out
that's-
as, yeah, so
yeah.
it was really put out as an
Search.
idea and
Yep.
more of like, let's see what it really is gonna
Sure.
take versus we're heading down this.
Yeah, because I mean,
so.
the cost perspective, I think, is a really good one to think about. So I was just kind of curious as to if there were any big differences or not. So thanks.
I know one of the arguments is often, I know school boards advocates that their policies are a little more user-friendly in terms of language, where the Strauss-Esme tends to often take the statute language and sort of embed it into the policy. So I know that's often a perspective there, but to Glenn's point, yeah, and yours, there's a lot of work to be done about where things have been modified and would have to be retained.
And then one of the positive things as the board delegate here is that school boards, the whole state, on the delegate assemblies, that's what I'm going to bring up in my minutes for us, is that we can submit resolutions to be voted on and then adapted into school boards. So it's inclusive of all school boards. And, we go to our county meetings and they always have the legislative. So anything on changes, they're already on top of it. And we're talking about how it applies to policy where we might not get that report back out and recommendations from Strauss-Esme as timely.
Got it. Dan wanted to say something.
Is that who made the recommendation? Was the administration or someone from the committee or?
Yeah, the administration brought it to the committee
Okay.
as a discussion point, and that's where it's at.
Great. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, so a call for a motion and second to approve agenda items 8.1 to 8.3.
So moved.
Ryan?
Second?
Cole? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Finance, Facilities, and Transportation. John?
Thank you, Glenn. Our committee, met 2 weeks ago, so some of the information might be stale. Now, the whole committee was there, as well as Jeff and Rich. Katie was ill. I see she's backing at it, so that's good to see. So if there's anything that's come up since those past 2 weeks, feel free to jump in. So the first thing we spoke about was the budget process for the coming year. We've already had the State of the Union in February. State, there'll be a budget, there'll be a state budget address with state aid numbers released 48 hours after that. So we're looking for the March 12th meeting to approve the preliminary budget. That needs to be submitted at that point. And then with our board public hearing in May 7th, excuse me. Just as an ongoing discussion regarding the budget, transportation bids in August of this past year were up, excuse me, over 10%, so that's going to be a driver. Also, the school health fund, they're projecting about 10% increase in insurance. It may come in a little bit lower, but, so 8 to 10 is probably a good estimate. Katie and her staff, they're continuing to gather budget information. We'll be meeting again, obviously, in February and have more discussion at that meeting. Agenda item 2, continued discussion on the transportation. As most of you are aware, we went out to Somerset County ESC to study, to do an efficiency study. That work is not complete yet, so we'll probably be seeing that in February. There's on the agenda, there's a recommendation to, where there's some changes in the business office with the assistant business administrator is leaving, so we're replacing her. In the meantime, though, we're bringing in a part-time assistant who has helped us out at previous junctures over the years. So our committee recommends approving that. The Polytech, or the project here, project updates. Polytech will be one of those. Referendum projects, the only remaining project with regards to the referendum work is revolves around continual HVAC work. Those items have all been ordered, and the work should be finished over 12 months. There's been a long lead time in getting some of that equipment. The New Jersey Clean Energy Grant repair, the repair work is complete, and the remainder of the funds will be used to upgrade additional HVAC units, ventilators at North Hunterdon. And then regarding the Polytech, the project is progressing, not as quickly, so it doesn't seem like it's on schedule the way it was originally anticipated. There have been some concerns. Our staff no longer attends biweekly construction meetings, however, now we are relaying site concerns directly and in writing with the Polytech. So it hasn't been a smooth sailing as one would like. Now we're a bystander to a certain degree because we're not paying for it, but yet it's on our site. So we're doing our best to facilitate that project. Lastly, agenda review. You'll see there's an amended the Elementary and Secondary Education Act grant award for $78,000. 9.2, I already talked about that, the changes in the business office. Also, you'll see on here Clinton and Lebanon Township contracts for 23-24 attached for approval. There's a third amendment to the solar PPA agreement that's attached and is recommended for approval. There was a discrepancy on the size of some of the solar panels, so that's why that is there. Polytech contract is also being reapproved due to a fluctuation in enrollment, and St. Luke's can provide supplemental athletic training at events if our coaches cannot attend. So, and the rest of those are just the monthly reports, and that's all I have. Any questions? Or Katie, anything else come up in those past 2 weeks that we need to know about?
I think you've covered everything, but happy to answer any questions.
One thing came up, we postponed our meeting from last year. Which item is it that caused you pause because we couldn't go through it last week? Is it 9-9?
Bills list items as well as the business office services impacting the business office. The bills list, we ended up making a change on that just so that we could issue the bills, and you're now approving a ratification list, which is the checks have already been issued, and now you're approving that after the fact.
I have two questions. One, I guess maybe on the transportation side. Anything with ESC, are we seeing any impact, like residual impact from like the pre-K busing that sending districts might be doing, and is that creating any sort of demand or surge on our bus use at all?
I haven't heard of that, and I know you're talking about the new preschool program.
Right.
Yeah, that would cause additional busing, but I haven't heard that impacting our routing, because typically our routes are before all
those
of the
ones.
K-8s.
Yeah.
Right, so I
Okay.
don't think that's impacting our services.
And then just a clarifying question just regarding the contracts for the law enforcement officers. Just, I was trying to figure out just some of the discrepancy there, because some of the timeframes are a little different for each one of those. But then I'm assuming we sort of are simply working with the existing contracts with the municipalities. That's not something that we
Currently, we're working
negotiated.
under last year's contracts
Yeah.
until these could be put in place. And I know the townships had to work pretty hard to get these clean by the time they could get to us, which is
Right.
why it took so long. They had to work on the salary that had to go to the SROs as well as the class 3s. So once they had their updated changes, they had to have their town councils approve it, and then we could then approve it.
So, but I mean, just from a financial standpoint, we're essentially downstream from their municipal contracts with law enforcement.
Downstream.
Like, in other words, do we negotiate those directly, or?
No, this is all dictated by their
the
contractual
municipalities?
agreements.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I
correct.
mean, we sort of receive
Yes.
that. Okay, thanks.
I just have a question. Agenda item 3, we are obtaining services for extra hours, I'm assuming, in the business office. Is there any conflict or chance that this individual might have any difficulty. He is the full-time BA in Franklin Township.
So he is now contractually with them 3 days a week.
Okay.
So that's why I have him approved for the other 2 days a
2
week
days.
that he's available, correct? Because Franklin used to be shared with Union, so now
Yep.
it's a part-time position, so now he has some availability.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
still just kind of, plugging a hole at this moment. It's
So
not
it's
to
not
get
like he's
everything
just
done.
couple swooping by, those 2 days will be our days?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's temporary until we hire somebody full?
Yes, as soon as we get somebody in the position, we will.
We'll talk more of personnel, that'll be some more details.
A question about the relationship with the VOTEC project. Any safety concerns that we have to go through this process about, or is it more?
Just typical construction issues and delays and haggling.
Okay. Maybe ask it this way, the administration would be able to, in a safety issue,
If there are
talk
any safety
directly to
concerns,
somebody, not write a letter.
If there were safety concerns, we escalated right away.
Yes.
Any more questions? Okay, I call for a motion and second to approve agenda items 9.1 to 9.13.
So moved.
Second.
Jess? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd
Any-
like to abstain from 9.11 through 9.13.
I'm going to abstain from 11 through 13, 9/11 through 13.
Yeah, and that's on the November ones. And, it's November and December, same.
Yeah. November, December,
Okay,
same.
friends, okay.
And just to clarify, 9/11 through 9/13
Yeah.
is what you were
With the
saying.
November, December work.
Brendan,
Same thing, Brendan.
Ryan.
Same thing for.
And Brian.
Yes.
And Ryan.
So I have 4 people abstaining for that.
There's a payment in the bill schedule in January, I think for Christina, I don't know if it's for the other new members. And they can still approve the bill list, right?
They can approve the bill list, but if you're on the travel motion, I would abstain. But on the payment of travel, I wouldn't have.
It's the payment for the background checks and stuff like that.
He's all eyes,
Right, no, those are ayes. He hasn't left his eyes. Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Community relations and student affairs.
Thank you. Our committee met on January 18th virtually. Our committee now consists of Brian Chapman, Nicole Gallo, Beth Catran, myself, and then Glenn Fabanish. On our meeting, we had Rich and Maren from administration. We met and we had 2 agenda items, but there is one for us to vote on tonight, 10.1, which is overnight field trips, which is, we recommended, we didn't discuss it, but that's our standard in all 3, the wrestling and the Key Club meet all the guidelines for us to approve an overnight field trip. I'm going to go with our second agenda item first, because our first one will parlay into, Beth's going to speak on that, and that's our next section too, on delegates and ad hoc. The agenda item was about closing school due to weather, and it was quite appropriate because the next day we had school closure, but it ended up being, I wish I was a weatherman, I could be wrong half the time. But Mr. Chapman brought up understanding how we balance academics and closing of schools with safety concerns. And Ms. Magala shared with us that when she builds in the calendar, we have 4 snow days, and she puts them in the semesters that align with the probability of having severe weather. So there's days that are built in, so there's more days built in the second semester and into the third semester versus the first and fourth. If we do have school closing and it's at the end of a semester, it's pushed a day so that the students can accomplish any last-minute things to get the semester closed out, so it doesn't impact their schooling if they're not in school that day. We talked about, our district is one of the largest, we have 180 square miles. We're one of the largest in the state for square mileage. And it runs from our southern districts where they get nothing to our northern districts where, we have blizzards. So there's many variables that are taken into account, and I know that the superintendent, you look at everything and are up early before they make the decision to close school. It's a state regulation. We are not able to do virtual learning. Some states allow it, but New Jersey now, unless we have 3 consecutive days, that we can't go into a virtual learning pattern. So we can't do virtual learning, if we wanted to at this point, unless we have more than 3 days, if we have like a hurricane or a blizzard. So that is it. And then the biggest factor is always concern. We have a lot of student drivers, and our roads are sometimes not even passable on good weather. So there's lots of factors that come in, but safety and security are our biggest concern. And then the other topic item that we discussed was DEI reporting. So Beth, because she chaired the ad hoc, I'm going to turn this part over on our discussion from our committee, and she's going to read out the reporting and finish the discussion.
Thank you. For our new members, just so that you're aware, we essentially decided, I think going into September, that we felt that the ad hoc committee had done quite a bit and that we didn't feel it was necessary to continue with the committee, but we did want to do a final readout after receiving some input from the school principals. Mr. Bender sent me the information, and this is really the first opportunity for us to read that out. After this, the view is that most of this falls within kind of the students, the community relations and student activities, and so to the extent that there are follow-ups on what the different schools are doing and the principals are doing there, that we would update through this particular committee. But as far as the recommendations that we had provided, the good news is that the activities are continuing to strengthen in DEI in the high schools, and it's been really positive. Communications about the various clubs offered at both schools were sent to all students as well as parents to help increase awareness. The important thing to note is that student interest in clubs are what drive the continuation and introduction of new clubs. So for example, there have been a few newly approved Board of Education, through the Board of Education, clubs such as the Jewish Culture Club at Voorhees, and the interest and support by students and staff is what drives the success of those clubs. Both high schools expressed an interest in restarting the school TV reports, and as the board knows, we approved the new program at North Hunterdon, the ROAR report. This will allow students to speak to other students about clubs and activities, which is based upon the learnings that we had received through the ad hoc committee from some of the student representatives we had on that. Clubs are continuing to meet regularly at both the high schools. The North Hunterdon High School, North Hunterdon is looking to expand its student ambassador program to mirror some of the early intervention activities offered through the Voorhees SHIP program. This will involve meeting with 8th grade students from sending districts prior to the freshman orientation in August. Finally, from an administrative standpoint, steps are being taken to discuss school culture and community to see if there's work that can be done to offer DEI and bias activities for students and staff. So generally, I think this is a really positive report. I think that it meets the expectations of what we were hoping for coming out of the ad hoc committee, and we'll continue to follow this with the principals of the schools.
Thank you.
One clarifying question I had, and I'm not 100% sure because I had asked Mr. Bender. I think one of the recommendations that was being explored was staff training. They had looked into a vendor, and I think it was ultimately determined to not be viable, but I wasn't clear if they were then in the process of looking at an alternative vendor for training, and I wasn't clear on where that was going. I thought he had given the indication that that exploratory work was still happening, but I'm not 100% sure.
So I'm not sure what he was referencing with you.
Okay.
But we are contracted with the vendor to do staff training.
Currently?
Yes, currently.
Oh, okay. All right. And maybe it was just the history. They had looked at one vendor that they didn't
Yeah,
Harrison
Harrison
Dillard
Dillard,
company,
for a
yep.
few years, we approved that
Okay.
4 years ago?
3-4 years.
Yeah, 3-4 years ago.
Great,
Other questions?
thank you.
So we have to do a motion.
So a call for motion and second to approve agenda item 10.1.
So
Second.
Jess? All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions? So moved.
We're
Okay.
gonna keep it really short for
Personnel.
everyone.
No.
Personnel committee
no.
met on the 17th, and we discussed.
There was
Oh.
delegate meeting.
Oh,
There
oh,
was-
yes, I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, 1 second, sorry, Jess. My bad.
You don't want to hear all this?
We do want to hear on it.
There's a lot. We had
I
our.
think the audience wants to hear.
Yeah, so for Hunterdon County
It's all
School
good
Board
stuff.
Association. Yes,
We
thank
had
you.
our delegate meeting on the 25th. We received legislative updates regarding new laws on education, which there's a slew. I will forward that. We discussed laws on education, other lame duck action, and recent legislative action. New laws were pertaining to student health and safety, staffing shortages, school meals and student nutrition, school funding and finance, school facilities, student learning achievement. Vetoed bills, there were 3 of them in length. I will send you those. But there were noteworthy under lame duck action, which received consideration during lame duck, but did not make it to the governor's desks, some of which will be introduced again. They started again as of January 9th, so we'll be informed as of our next meeting. Takeaways discussion amongst board members from local municipalities. We discussed moving board elections. It's been a topic of moving board elections back to April instead of November. There are both advantages and disadvantages to such. State DOE should supply funding for mandated legislation burdensome on educators and districts. Concerns raised regarding the funding formula. There's a bill pending to reconcile a task force to review entire funding formula. The NJSBA supports the change, requesting states to take a holistic view. Concerns from members regarding new law regarding grief instruction, which requires school districts to provide instruction on grief as part of New Jersey student learning standards in comprehensive health and PE. Reminders and dates upcoming. Just a gentle reminder, all new board members must complete board training within 90 days of reorg. Gwen reported out that there's training February 3rd, March 4th through 6th, and there's also online self-paced coursing. Next meeting is March 14th. This is Rich, Unsung Heroes, so they're going to be setting that out. We'll be getting that information. Don't forget to submit those. April 19th, March 2nd, 12th, and 16th, Women's Leadership Conferences, as well as there are other webinars and trainings available right now if you register on NJSBA. And that's it.
We actually went last year, I sat with Rich at the Unsung Heroes, so if you guys can make it to the meeting, it's well worth it. It's so wonderful to see the students in our Hunterdon County be recognized, our unsung heroes, so.
And that's March 14th, just so everyone knows, Unsung Heroes, and then,
Can you explain that? What it
yes.
is?
And then May 9th is our next meeting, and it's a hybrid meeting. I'm pretty sure, Tara, you might, is that correct? It's going to be at the?
Chalet.
It'll be a hybrid at Chalet.
Yeah, and then the Unsung Heroes will be in Flemington.
Yeah, our unsung heroes are our building principal. It is building administration.
Building principals.
And they select students otherwise that might not get the opportunity to share accolades. Am I correct, Rich?
It's supposed to be somebody who isn't typically being recognized for something really that they're doing for the community or for their school, and it's a chance to give them some recognition.
That they don't ordinarily receive.
And that's the premise that we based when we made the movement as a board, how many years ago now, to do recognition at our meetings. The principals recommend, and those are basically, we do unsung heroes from both schools every board meeting.
That's great. And that's it. Thank you.
I just had a question about the elections.
Was there a serious discussion about moving it from November
It's
to
not,
December?
it was a discussion that all the local, within your boards are having
Oh,
discussions. So
okay, not the
every-
actual election.
Not at our
Okay.
county meeting, people brought it at the discussion
I
that they
see.
were having this.
I see.
You
Got
know,
it.
there's a lot of it was based around cost.
Yeah,
As
okay.
well.
Got it. Thank you.
And then the state delegate, school boards has, we as a board collectively, and if we were to move to school boards to do our policies, at the delegates in the spring, and then in November, we review policies, and then other school districts submit policies. So we as a board could submit a policy, and I just want to let everyone know that the resolutions need to be submitted by 5 o'clock on March 14th. And then the next voting delegate assembly is at May 18th, and it's held down at Mercer County Community College. So anybody can attend. I'm the voting delegate, and I thank you for your confidence. And I've gone to everyone that I've been responsible for. But it's exciting, and it's so nice to meet up. It's a little bit different than school boards, but it's policy making, and we're dealing with the whole state from K through 12. And it's just a great environment. And if there's anything that we feel that in this policy, I would say we could look at it and maybe find a resolution if we're passionate enough to submit it like other districts have done. So that's it.
And what's that?
It's the school board
No,
delegate?
when is it?
Oh, we would have to, if we had a resolution, we would have to write it and submit it, and that has to be submitted by Thursday, March 14th.
So we'd have to do that in February.
Yeah, and then once they're submitted, I'll get the addendum, and then there'll be changes. A lot of times they'll review like the 500 things. So they'll be, just like we do, looking at verbiage and changes like that. Some things are more extensive, and then some things are brought up on the floor of the delegate assembly, where they'll put in make a motion to change whatever that person or that school district believes that should be changed, and then it's voted on collectively as a whole. So, and I don't think we as a district have done much of that in the past, so I just want to
And
put it out there
you
for us.
can attend, you don't,
Yeah.
although Tara is the voting delegate, you
can
may
attend.
attend. It's
And then
well
they-
worth it.
Yep, and then they also, you can attend virtually if you don't want to get down there, but you can physically go. We just have one delegate to vote.
Questions? Now on to personnel.
Sorry.
I'll just keep it as short as before. We met on the 17th and we discussed the personnel agenda.
Okay, item 13, I need a call for a motion and second to adopt Resolution 013024-2 for executive session to discuss matters falling under categories 3, 7, and 8 as reflected in the attached resolution. The board is expected to be in executive session for about 20 minutes, and upon return, the public session action will be taken. Motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Kim, Jess? Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Okay, we're in executive session.
Second.
Cool. And this is a roll call.
Ms. Cagno?
Abstain?
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Cotran?
Yes.
Mr. McIsaac?
Yes.
Mr. Mealy?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Abstain. Are you abstaining from the personnel agenda, or you're abstaining from the executive minutes?
session minutes.
Yes, the minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're not
Yeah, so
approving
you just
agenda
abstained
item
From the
15.1?
Yeah, but when you said abstain, you abstained from the entire
Okay.
items.
There was an employee separation. There were some things in 2023, see, for 15.1, so that's why I was
You still would love
abstaining
to
for
abstain
both.
Okay.
Now that I look at my notes, yeah.
Ms. Salino?
Yes.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Ms. Beato?
Yes.
And Mr. Farbano?
Yes. So any old new business? So I just had the one, because I mentioned it tonight, that I'll entertain a motion to have the Policy and Security Committee just review our policies and procedures regarding communications directed at our staff.
Motion.
Motion?
Second.
Second? So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Against?
No, I
Okay.
said aye.
All right, so
Sorry.
anybody against that? We're having policy and security, we'll go ahead and review the policy, okay. We need to take a motion, second that again, is that okay? That's good, okay. All right, any other old or new? Okay, all right, so I need a call for motion and second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned.
All right. Good night, everybody.